I.C.I.P.S. ये क्या है मैम ये क्या भेजा था आपने मैम फॉरन मैसेज मैम नो सेंसेस का लिंक तो नहीं है नहीं है मैम हमारे पास मैंने ट्राई तो लिंक तो भेजा था लाइव के लिए था मैम बिना फिर से कैसे भेजना है हमारे पास फाइल ही नहीं है
Hello, sir. Please come here, sir.
President will join back at the side. He just mentioned he cannot join through the link. Hide Sakaguchi. Or can you just send me the link again to WhatsApp?
वो मेन मेरा है
Uh,
मैसेज नहीं गया मतलब
main what is sorry. Official what?
देख वो भी
That
तो
just hit me in the WhatsApp. Then I answer
हाँ
you
एक है ना पॉलिसीज चाहिए अब बतानी मैंने क्या किया हुआ मुझे कुछ नहीं पता
yeah, this could be better
ये
because it's
ये
officially
पूछना था कि अशोक
WhatsApp.
चौहान से कौन से डीन को फेलिसिटेट करें
So what class it on?
बट करना तो फिर भाई डीन एकेडमिक तो सोशल साइंस से बड़ा हुआ
चौहान सर को फ़ोन करके पूछ ले कि सर डीन एकेडमिक अफेयर को करोगे फैसिलिटेट बस
एमएसडी सर का होगा पता नहीं मुझे नहीं चावला सर का है हेलो हाँ सर वो ना कल है ना जब सर फेलिसिटेशन का बता रहे थे सर कल फेलिसिटेशन वाला बताए थे ना तो बोला था आप डीन को फेलिसिटेट करो बट कौन से डीन को नहीं कौन से डीन को फेलिसिटेट करना दो डीन आएंगे ना डीन सोशल साइंस भी आएंगे डीन एकेडमिक्स में आएंगे फेलिसिटेट करना ना सर हमको डीन को अत्री सर है उधर
It's Google Meet, yeah?
यस सर
Oh, I don't know
नहीं
what
नहीं
is
कल
that.
उन्होंने बोला था डीन को फेलिसिटेट करना है फिर मेरे को ध्यान में आया कि दो डीन आएंगे ठीक है मैं दोनों का ही करवा दूंगी अगर पॉसिबल हुआ तो है ना ठीक है सेट तो है सर सब कुछ फुल गीत छोटा वाला बजाना है, ठीक है वैभव, और लास्ट में नेशनल एंथम रहेगा।
आज भी
हाँ, एंथम तो रहता ही हमेशा ही।
फुल गीत तो सबसे पहले है सर, वो प्रोग्राम
और है ना, जब ये चलेगी लैंड लाइपिंग, जो
सरस्वती वंदना करेंगे।
सरस्वती वंदना चलाओगे साथ में।
प्रोग्राम फुल गीत करेंगे। प्राइवेट करते हैं। लिंक तो वही रहेगा, लिंक तो सेम ही रहेगा।
करो सर इसको, एडिट में आएगा ये।
हाँ चलो।
विनय, अगर सरस्वती वंदना चलाओगे तो फिर सबको ही खड़ा होना नहीं पड़ेगा।
लिंक दे दो वो जो आपका यूट्यूब का ना। हाँ खड़े होते हैं सब।
नहीं, तो फिर म्यूजिक चला दो ना कोई।
नहीं उसमें तो सरस्वती की वो करेंगे तो सरस्वती वंदना तो नहीं
अच्छा,
है।
तो
सरस्वती
सबको बोलूँ फिर खड़ा होने को उस टाइम।
नहीं, आप बस उनको बोलना हो जाएंगे खड़े। मेल आईडी की भेज रहा हूँ, लिंक भेज रहा हूँ।
आप यूट्यूब जैसे आप फुल आ रही है अभी, तो अब ये हाफ आ रही है इसकी। जैसे उसमें हाफ आ रही है ना, मैं अगर मैं कोई हाफ कर दूँ देखो तो इसको डिस्प्ले में, इसको डिस्प्ले में इश्यू है। हाँ इसको है। अरे वो क्या हुआ सर। ये हो रहा है ना अपना, ऐसा नहीं, ये ऐसे जाएगा ना। ठीक है ठीक है।
इनको फोटोग्राफ ले लो, इंट्रोडक्शन। जी सर अच्छे से आएंगे। प्रॉब्लम इज
उसका सर्च में दिक्कत है।
फेमस फॉर गूगल मीट।
अभी सेटिंग करके कैसे।
सीट ले लो 2 मिनट बच्चों। ला वाले इधर बैठ बेटा, सेकंड रो में आ जाओ आप लोग। प्लीज स्टूडेंट टेक योर सीट प्लीज।
आपके पास समझ नहीं है।
ठीक है। Is on both on same, yeah? Yeah, same.
आ गया।
Reach out, view notification.
शुरू से ले।
तीनों अपने अपने।
चार पूरा एक लाख कर दो।
इसका तो आउटपुट भी जो है वापस आ रहा है। Inside Sun, South Sun. Is this is actually Google Meet? Can if you are you already connected?
हेलो।
If Meet
ऊपर आ जाओ,
Google
या तो तुम्हें तुम
Join.
कैमरे के ना कोई और कैमरा मैन बुलाओ। और इसने कैमरा स्विच कर लो।
Okay, okay, okay. So he already joined, yeah? You see? Yes, yes. Okay.
हाँ तो जहाँ वो बीच में डीपीसी है ना उसमें पड़ेगा 10 20 जो सरल भी था कर चुका सारा में
सर ये वाली सीट है ना खाली रहने देना, मैं इस पे बैठूंगी फिर।
कोई बात नहीं मैम उनका रिकॉर्डेड मैसेज नहीं आया मेरे
हाँ वो कैंसिल है।
कैंसिल है तो लाइव कितने होंगे मैम
पता नहीं, अब एज ऑफ नाउ तो मेरे पास काफ़ी सारे लोग हैं। या ऑल ऑफ यू प्लीज़ बी सीटेड प्रॉपरली. ओके. And I would request all of you to stand when all the guests enter, and please clap for their warm welcome. Yeah, all of you please be seated properly. And I would request all of you to stand when all the guests enter, and please clap for their warm welcome.
ड्राइव नहीं है ना ड्राइव का लिंक नहीं है
नहीं सर वो रहने दो, ये ना सारे देख लिए हम तो उस पर टिक लगाते हैं कौन कौन लोगों ने कंप्लीट होना चाहिए।
अभी के लिए
अभी अभी करना ना इन सबको ज्वाइन, तो अभी करना। ये लो टिक मार्क करो। जो ज्वाइन कर लिया और टिक मार्क करते जाओ, उस पे साइड में लिखा हुआ है कौन ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन करेगा। गुड मॉर्निंग। और जो नहीं ज्वाइन किया ना प्रिया मैम को बता देना, वो उनको कॉल करके बताएंगी।
मैम है ना, एक बार उनकी शक्ल शायद आपको याद है, ये हाइड इधर है, हाइड के नाम से है मैम। HID हाइड ये है मैम।
प्रिया मैडम,
इन्हीं से कौन सा है?
प्रिया मैडम।
हाइड और से पूछो मैम, IC से। नाम बताना फिर मैम, कहीं से आई थी बता दो। नहीं मेरे से नहीं पढ़ी। डाल दिया रिकॉर्ड पोर्टल। खाना वाले डाल दिया चार साल। हाइड है। और बताओ मैम।
देखो ऑनलाइन जितने भी लिखे हुए सब होने चाहिए, उसमें ये नहीं होंगे, फ्रांस वाले नहीं होंगे। मैम हाँ देखो ये ना स्किप है तो सॉफ्ट कॉपी ना, जो लोग है ना ऑफलाइन लिखे हुए ना इसमें, जैसे कि अनिल सुखलाल तो ऑनलाइन है ना।
ये
हाँ
ऑफलाइन
ये
वाले हैं
ऑफलाइन
सेंट्रल
वाले
में
ना,
ना।
हाँ इन सब का नाम लिख लो। और इसके अलावा जो इंडियन रिसोर्स पर्सन है ना, उसमें
तीन जो तुमने टिक कर दिए हैं,
एक तो ये
जीन क्लाउडे नहीं आए निधि।
जीन क्लाउडे नहीं
संजय
है,
पांडा तो इन पर्सन आ
जीन
रहे
क्लाउडे नहीं आएंगे, फ्रांस वाले ना जीन
हैं।
क्लाउडे,
जीन, हाँ फ्रांस वाले।
वो आफ्टरनून में करेंगे।
ठीक है, इनको कट कर दो, देना इनको।
हाँ इसमें ना ये कर,
ये गोटो वाला भी हमारा मैसेज
हाँ ये भी कैंसिल हो गया। एक तो है,
नीरा मैम।
हाँ हाँ नीरा मैम है, हाँ नीरा मैम लिखो, इसमें लिखा हुआ है मैंने।
वही तो है, मैं मैसेज कर रही हूँ।
मैम
इसमें आपने टिक कर रखे हैं ना।
हाँ ऑफलाइन ऑफलाइन जो लिखा हुआ है ना, जो
हाँ जी।
टिक वाले नहीं, जो
सिर्फ ऑफलाइन।
ऑफलाइन ऑफलाइन वाले ये है,
अच्छा
ये
डॉक
है
में, डॉक में नहीं
है ना, ये है,
में नहीं है।
ये भी ये
हाँ
तो ऑनलाइन
नहीं
है।
ऑनलाइन
ये आ
है,
रहे हैं सब।
ये है, सॉरी ये भी है, दिखाओ ये भी है,
फ्रांसिस्को डिकोला है ना। और ये
इनका भी लिखना,
फिर तुरंत ढाला है।
ये भी है, ये भी है,
नहीं
ठीक
है
है।
मैम।
ये हाँ जी बच्चे ये सब है, चलो इनके नाम लिख दो।
जी मैम।
ये
और
भी,
सिर्फ फर्स्ट सेशन के जो लिस्ट में ऑफलाइन वाले उनके लिख दो।
हाँ ठीक है, ये ना प्रॉपरली लिख देना।
जी विद डेजिग्नेशन
हाँ
या
विद
सिर्फ
डेजिग्नेशन, विद डेजिग्नेशन। हाँ जी विनय कुछ बोल रहे थे आप?
मैम रिक्वेस्ट हो गई है, अपना मेल आईडी
ये ना उनको सबको ना डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने, जब मैं
ये
अनाउंस
नौकरी
करूँगी ना सबको वहाँ रख दो, एक मेरे को दे दो।
नौकरी का तो मेरे पास फोन नंबर है, मैं नौकरी का
10 है, रहने दो, दो उनको दे दो, अनिल ठाकुर को और हाँ
नौकरी को कौन कॉल करेगा।
तो दो कैसे हो, चौहान सर और अनिल ठाकुर।
ऐसा बताओ मेरे को मेल
चौहान सर ने कहा कि दो उनको देने हैं
अच्छा
और 8
निधि
बेटे जो एक्स्ट्रा बच्चे अगर सीट नहीं मिल पाती ना तो कौन है ये तीनों के पास बैठा है प्रशांत प्रशांत हाँ प्रशांत को बोलो कि इनको कहना कि आप ना आफ्टर लंच वाला सेशन ज्वाइन कर लो बच्चों को सबको नहीं ठीक है ना एक दो भी वो ठीक कह रहे हो आप मुझे दो तीन के पास जा करके ना मैडम मैडम दो तीन सीट टाइटल नहीं होती टाइटल तो सबकी दीदी ये सब आप पहले बोलते ना आप पहले कैसे हो सेट कर दिया तो पैक हो गया ना सारा एक्स्ट्रा तो है हाँ एक नमस्कार सर नमस्कार सर बस एक्स्ट्रा वाला दे दो एक्स्ट्रा उधर रखा दिया ना सामान सारा देखो यही वाला हाँ ठीक है और अपना सेटल कर लेना
I request you all. I request you all to be seated, please. We are about to begin with the event. Please be seated, all of you.
इसमें जो ना बस आप फिर यही बोलना कि भाई जो है रिकमेंडेशन ठीक है पॉलिसी ब्रीफ्स वर्किंग पेपर्स बुक बाय प्रोफेसर अब आप सुबह कहते तो हमने एक्स्ट्रा सामान सारा इधर साथ वाले कमरे में रखा
कोई बच्चे को बुला लो, ले आएगा बच्चा कोई। हेलो मैडम, कैसे हो? एक बच्चे को बोल तो ला देगा, मैं बुला दूँगी। कौन सी ये? ये मैं मोबाइल मिलाना कोई प्रिया मैडम हाँ जी
आपके पास वो लिस्ट पे टिक कर रहे थे कि किसने ज्वाइन किया है किसने
नहीं, मेरे पास नहीं है वो लिस्ट। किसको दी तुमने? मेरे पास तो नहीं है मैडम के। मैं कोई लिस्ट दिया क्या मैम इन्होंने ऑफलाइन? I request you all to please stand to welcome our guests. Good morning, sir. Please have a seat. वो बैठे। अच्छा, he was there. Sir, so you can sit.
Okay.
I request you all to be seated, please. या मैडम मित्तल सर खड़े हैं। मित्तल सर खड़े हैं। Yes. वो ज्वाइन कर लेंगे सर, वो आ जाएंगे, वो ज्वाइन। ओके। Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, scholars, and all the participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 3rd International Conference on Security Dynamics, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development in the Indo-Pacific region. A conference that is both timely and significant in addressing the key global challenges. We are privileged to have been supported by Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, as well as Hindalco Aditya Birla Group. We are grateful to them for providing support to us. The event is being jointly organized by International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies and Department of Economics, Kurukshetra University. We are honored to have with us a distinguished gathering of experts from around the world. Their collective wisdom and insights will undoubtedly guide us towards meaningful dialogue and the solutions. We are deeply honored to have Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Somnath Sachdeva, presiding over the session. With his kind permission, we will proceed with the program. So let's begin with a round of applause, please. So to commence this distinguished event, we will begin with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. I invite all esteemed dignitaries to step forward for the lamp lighting, symbolizing the light of knowledge and wisdom that will guide us throughout this conference. Please, all the dignitaries. Thank you, one and all. I request you all to please again rise for the Kulgeet of Kurukshetra University, a song that embodies the spirit and the values of this prestigious institution. All of you please rise.
Is
We now extend a warm welcome to our honorable guests. As a token of respect and appreciation, we would like to present them with bouquet and the mementos. To begin with, I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to felicitate the chief guest of the session, Vice Admiral Tarun Sopti Sir. Okay. So there is a traditional memento from Admiral to officers. May we have a round of applause? Thank you for coming here, sir. We welcome you. Now I request Professor Atri to felicitate Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. May we have a round of applause, please? Thank you for being here, sir. Further, I would request Professor Sanjeev Bansal to felicitate the registrar, sir. Now I request Professor Atri to felicitate our guest, Mr. Keme Molope, Vice Chairman, South African Indian Ocean Rim Academic Group, South Africa Chapter, South Africa. Thank you. I would again request Professor Atri to felicitate Dr. Ahmadul Islam, Senior Research Fellow, Ocean Policy Research Institute, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Tokyo, Japan. Thank you for coming here, sir. We welcome you. I request further to Professor Ashok Chauhan to felicitate Vice Admiral A.K. Chawla, sir. Thank you for being here, sir. Now I request Dr. Archana Chaudhary, ma'am, to felicitate Yvonne Waweru. She has come all the way from Australia, and she is basically from Kenya. She is a research fellow, Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. Welcome, ma'am. I request Vice Chancellor Sir to please felicitate Ambassador Sanjay Panda Sir. Thank you for coming here, sir. I request now Dr. Hemlata Sharma to felicitate Dr. Zaina Chung, Founder President, Indo-Korea Business Culture Center. Please come forward. Thank you for coming here, ma'am. Your smile brightened this event. Thank you. Further, I request Dr. Kiran Lamba to please felicitate Ambassador J.K. Tripathi, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi. I may request Professor Bansal to felicitate Professor Vijay Sakhuja, Head, Center for Excellence for Geopolitics and International Studies, Reva University, Bengaluru. Thank you for coming here, sir. I again request Professor Bansal to felicitate Professor Swaran Singh from Center for International Politics, Organization and Disarmament, SIS JNU. If he's there, I think he's not there currently. Okay, he might join us later on. He is there, but in the university. I further request Dr. Archana Chaudhary to please felicitate Dean Academic Affairs, Kurukshetra University. She's Thank you for coming here, sir. Further, I request Professor Ashok Chauhan to felicitate Dean Social Sciences, Professor S.K. Chahal. Thank you one and all for coming here. I warmly welcome you all to the sacred land of Gita, Kurukshetra. Thank you. And on behalf of Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, I also extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries joining us online from across the globe. Your presence today, even from afar, enriches this conference immensely. Let us all give them a big round of applause for their invaluable participation and support. Thank you. Thank you. We are privileged to have with us Professor V.N. Atri, Director of International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, I.C.I.P.S. at Kurukshetra University,
and a former chair in the Indian Ocean Studies at the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, Republic of Mauritius. He is known as architect of blue economy in the Indian Ocean region. Professor Atri has played a pivotal role in advancing research and academics in IORA. He conceptualized and edited the Handbook of Blue Economy of Indian Ocean Region, published in 2018, and launched the Journal of Indian Ocean Rim Studies in 2016. A distinguished scholar with postdoc research in international economics from UCLA and the George Washington University, he is also a member of the technical expert panel for the Global Ocean Accounting Partnership, headquarters at UNSW, Sydney. Now we welcome Professor Atri to set the stage for the conference and to welcome all the dignitaries here formally and give the introduction to this international conference. I welcome you, sir. Please have a round of applause.
Thank you very much for the introduction. From the very beginning, from the core of my heart, I am grateful to our chief guest, Vice Admiral Tarun Shokti, AVSM, VSM, Deputy Chief, Naval Staff, Indian Navy, coming in person and join the third international conference on security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development in Indo-Pacific region. Thank you very much, sir. I'm extremely grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor for his dynamic leadership, inspiration to me and the center. Whatever we have been able to achieve, all credit goes to our worthy Vice Chancellor. Thank you, sir. I'm grateful to Ambassador Professor Anil Suklal, who is the High Commissioner Designate of South Africa to Government of India, New Delhi. He will be joining online for his inspiration to lead the center as a member of International Advisory Committee of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. So thanks to him. I am very thankful to Ambassador Sanjay Panda, who basically, when I was in IORA, was my boss also. And he basically taking very keen interest in shaping the future of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. He is also our member of International Advisory Committee. Thank you, sir. I am extremely thankful to Ambassador Jean-Claude Brunet, for Ambassador for Regional Cooperation in the Indian Ocean Zone, Republic of France. Last year, he was here in person. In the event, in this session, he may not be joining because he is having a meeting with the cabinet minister in France, but he will be joining afternoon. So I'm grateful to him also. I'm grateful to Madam Parimita Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Indo-Pacific Division, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi, for his role as to provide inspiration and to join us as a collaborator and sanctioning an amount of rupees 5 lakhs for this conference. And we are looking forward to the ministry guidance in future. So my thanks goes to Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi. Now, I am also thankful to my great friend Heide Sakaguchi, President, Ocean Policy Research Institute, Sakakawa Peace Foundation, Tokyo, Japan, who basically wanted to be in person because of his health issues, couldn't come. And Dr. Imadul is representing the Ocean Policy Research Institute from Tokyo. I welcome him, and we have a great future together. I am also thankful to Dr. Nokwi, the former Secretary General of IORA, who is joining online, and to other dignitaries, because the list is long, who is joining and provided incentive, provided support to me in building up this center. So all protocol observed, the deans of the university, senior professors, and the professors joining from the neighboring university, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Now, due to the paucity of time, I would just be introducing the conference theme in brief. One thing which basically the world is facing, that is the triple crisis, the crisis of loss of biodiversity, climate change, and pollution. So how to deal the three issues? I remember in the first international conference, I emphasized the global commons. So the time has come to focus on the global commons. And in that context, this conference, basically the first session will be devoted to the strategic issues, the convergence between the emerging Indo-Pacific construct, and we'll be focusing on the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which was set up in May 23, 2022, Tokyo, Japan, launched by President Biden, attended by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. So that basically, I tell you, during the last 1.5 years, made a substantial progress, and there are 4 pillars in this Indo-Pacific Economic Framework: trade. The second is a resilient supply chain. The third is what we call clean economy. The fourth is the fair economy. India basically has joined the 3 pillars, leaving the trade pillar due to certain national constraints. So most of the agreements in all the 3 pillars have been identified. And when I try to compare the progress of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework vis-a-vis Indian Ocean Rim Association, my memory goes back to the late Prime Minister Abe of Japan, who basically, first of all, introduced the idea of confluence of the 2 seas, that the Indo-Pacific and the Indian Ocean, in 2007. Later on, the present Prime Minister of Japan, in March 2023, emphasized that India is a very significant partner in the Indo-Pacific, that is acknowledged by the US also, and India should come forward and try to build up the stable, secure, peaceful, resilient Indo-Pacific. And the government of India stand has been emphasized by Shri Narendra Modi in June 1st, 2018, Shangri-La Dialogue, where basically he gave the concept of Indo-Pacific and stated the Indian position that it should be governed by rule of law. And it should be, the rule of law should be decided by the multipolar world. Later on, November 4, 2019, again, in the meeting of the East Asian Summit, Prime Minister basically introduced the concept of Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, having 7 pillars. And in those pillars, over the period of time, Australia, France, US, and South Korea, and many other countries have joined. So the emphasis of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is moving towards prosperity, inclusiveness through multilateralism, cooperation, and minilateralism is also play a role. So that issue basically will be highlighted by our chief guest. Then basically the focus will be on blue economy, and I'm happy to state before you that in Indian Ocean economy or the blue economy dialogue, basically which will be there on 15th at 9:30 a.m., there are 15 speakers, and the 12 speakers are from the different countries, from US, from Japan, from Italy, from Brazil, from South Korea, from Fiji, So that is a rich panel discussion, and it will be an initiative for our young scholars. Now, basically, the 21st century is being governed by the oceans. Oceans are everywhere. Ocean unites. So that basically, whatever you want to achieve, that is through ocean. But as SDG 14 states that the sustainably using the oceanic resources. I won't go into the detail, but I must tell you that when I started the study of the blue economy in 2014, the concept was of ocean economy, then the concept was of new ocean economy, then the concept was of blue growth, then the concept came to the blue economy, then the concept moved to the sustainable blue economy, then there was discussion whether it is green or blue, whether it is gray or brown. So all these dimensions basically has been there regarding the blue economy. The other thing which center has been doing, that is basically this year we will be launching the 4 policy brief, and a new attempt is being introduced by the inspiration of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, that we are also starting the working paper series of the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies. I invite all the people to join that. In that, basically, you are free to discuss any of the issues related with the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, as well as the Indian Ocean Rim Association. For India, basically, Indo-Pacific and the IORA is very important. India is taking the chair of IORA in November 2025 for a period of 2 years. At present, India is the vice chair, and the IORA is looking forward for India's leadership to make strategic and significant changes in IORA. And then basically, reference must be made to the ASEAN position on Indo-Pacific, which was there in July 2019. Earlier to that, in June 2019, US strategy on Indo-Pacific. Then IORA position basically started in 2018 when South Africa was the chair. As chair Indian Ocean Studies, I prepared the concept note on Indo-Pacific, which includes that the number of the countries may be 48. Some people say that the number of countries is 40. At present, there are 14 countries, but it is going to expand. So then there is a strategy by EU, European Union, the strategy of France, the strategy of Canada, and strategy of Indonesia, strategy of Australia. So one important issue of study for the center is to find convergence, commonalities between the different viewpoint of the Indo-Pacific. But one thing is very clear, that all these strategies, they are focusing on the blue economy, sustainable development goal, inclusive growth. But I want to enter into the debate of that. That is again the realm of the people who are expert in international relations. Professor Swan Singh from JNU is there. He is well-known authority on international relations. So he will be discussing, and then some other scholars are there. They will be discussing all of these things. But I remember that defense, the maritime security, as well as the sustainable development, they go hand in hand. There should be a balance. And the latest trend in UNO is, I basically remember in 2018, delivered a keynote address in Mauritius as chair Indian Ocean Studies, and there were ministers from Mauritius and a lot of people were there. So they asked a question, Professor Tri, why you focus on blue economy and why you are assigning 6 marks to Mauritius? We are doing a lot. And what is the difference? So I just told them, and I just repeated it today also, that blue economy focuses on the harmony with nature, peace with nature. So that is the essence of the future development. How to restore peace with nature, and nature will lead, you see. So there are so much to say, but I won't go forward. And regarding the future plan of the Indo-Pacific, the Vice Chancellor will be sharing with you. I will be sharing with you later on. And I think I should stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. We start with the presentation of the guests who have joined us from across the world. Some of the guests are online. They have joined us online, and some are there in person. Firstly, we begin with the Professor Anil Suklal, who is High Commissioner of South Africa to India. He has made significant contributions in the international diplomacy, particularly through his role as South Africa's BRICS Sherpa and IPSA Sherpa. Professor Suklal's expertise in the Indo-Pacific region and international relations makes his participation invaluable for this conference. I welcome Professor Suklal. He is joining us online for the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Firstly, let me express my deep appreciation and gratitude to Prof. Somnath Sachdeva, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Kurukshetra. My apologies, Professor, that I cannot be there in person. Over the past 2 years, I had the privilege of attending in person the conferences organized under your good auspices. And even though I'm sitting nearby in Delhi, for reasons I think well known, I could not be there, but I hope to pay the university a visit as soon as my credentials are presented and I can start interacting with all of you. My appreciation to Professor Attri, who has been the engine behind the Indo-Pacific Center at Kurukshetra University. And I'm extremely pleased that we are now having the 3rd edition of this very important conference. I think the vision of Professor Somnath Sachdeva and Professor Attri in seeing the importance of establishing such a center at a time when very few were concentrating on the critical significance of having a dedicated platform focusing on the Indo-Pacific, given the geostrategic, geosecurity importance of this region, and especially what is happening at the current time. I think the topic that you have chosen, focusing on the security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific region is extremely apt, and all 3 dimensions are interrelated and interface with each other. I don't think you can look at each of these in isolation because each impacts on the other. And as the esteemed panel and professors that will present papers today, I'm sure they will unpack different dimensions of these 3 focus areas of the conference. I noticed that in the program I was given 2 minutes, but I think it actually meant 7 minutes. So I will stick to 7 minutes of my speaking time. I just want to make a few observations. This conference comes at a critical moment in global history. We have just celebrated the 1-year anniversary of the situation in Gaza on October 7th that has dramatically changed the security situation, especially in the Indo-Pacific region. What we have witnessed over this past year in terms of the security in the Indo-Pacific, especially the Red Sea region, the Gulf of Aden, and the very important choke point of the Bab el-Mandeb. What we have seen is over 190 attacks on ships in this region, well over 1,000 missiles launched by the Houthis on vessels in this region. But apart from the security dimension of this and its impact on global trade, global supply chains, more importantly, its impact on the environment, the ocean itself. When these missiles are launched, they fall into the ocean. And what damage they are doing to the ocean environment is something that we haven't given special attention to. We are looking at the security dimension of the vessels to ensure that the vessels are safe and global supply chains are not disrupted. But we know that this has had a dramatic effect in terms of global trade, global supply chain. We have seen the weaponization of the ocean space as a result of the security dynamics in this region. Furthermore, instead of an environment where major powers should engage each other, we are seeing the divide between major powers getting larger, and the global security situation getting even more complex. We live in an age of complexity. We live in an age of war, even though Prime Minister Modi has repeatedly on the global stage indicated this is no time for war. But unfortunately, we are not seeing this turning into reality. We are seeing greater tensions between major powers and especially within the Indo-Pacific space, within the Indian Ocean region. The question I'd like to ask ourselves as countries of the Indian Ocean region, are we doing enough, both as governments and as think tanks, universities, in safeguarding our ocean space, in ensuring that it's a zone of peace, development, and cooperation? And I think that that's something we need to see how we can cooperate more and bridge the divide between major powers. Not only what is happening within the Red Sea space at the present time, which has the possibility of extending also to the Strait of Hormuz, given the current tensions between Israel and Iran, and that will be really a fatal development if it does happen, but also what is happening in the larger Indo-Pacific space, in the Straits of Malacca, the ongoing tensions between China and Taiwan, and major power contestation within this domain, the war in Ukraine and its impact on the Indo-Pacific space. So I think all of these are dimensions we have to apply ourselves to. And the impact of all of this in terms of climate change. We are seeing extreme climate conditions throughout the world. We have experienced this in South Africa, unusual flooding, unusual climate dynamics that we have never experienced before. And we have seen the devastation it caused to livelihoods, to infrastructure, and to the economy. And this is something directly related to what is happening within the Indian Ocean space, and what is it that we can do more to look at areas of disaster risk management, sharing information, and how we can better manage what is an inevitable reality today. Climate change is upon us, and the various dimensions of it is being felt globally, including in our own countries and regions. Now, of course, all of this is linked to the sustainable development of the Indo-Pacific, our ocean space. And I believe the SDG goals, especially goal 14 that speaks to life below water, we are not on target in addressing the SDGs and including the SDG that specifically speaks to the ocean space, not just the ocean space, but the space above the oceans as well, that is constantly being violated in various ways. So I hope that we will unpack some of these areas in greater detail, but more importantly, come up with some concrete actions, no matter how small they may be, at the level of government, at the level of think tanks and universities, our academia, our students and professors. I think it's a call to all of us that we need to do more. We need to do more in terms of ensuring the sustainability of this wonderful asset that we have, that we refer to as the Indo-Pacific and the ocean space in general, that is so vital to the survival of humanity. And I think I want to once again say that this conference has now become an established platform, and I'm glad to see that there are so many scholars and experts from various parts of the world, from various parts of the Indian subcontinent, including my own country, that have become regular participants in this conference. And I give you the assurance that when the 4th edition is held next year at the University of Kurukshetra, a university that is very close to my heart, and I have a very close relationship with the esteemed Vice Chancellor and Prof. Atri, that I will be able to participate in the 4th edition, which I'm sure will continue to grow and make a significant contribution to this very important topic that we all need to be mindful of on a constant basis. Thank you for having me, and best wishes for your deliberations over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Suklal. We are delighted to have with us today Mr. Sanjay Panda, former ambassador to Turkey and High Commissioner to Seychelles, as well as valued supporter of I.C.I.P.S. With his extensive experience in international diplomacy and profound insight into Indo-Pacific affairs, Ambassador Panda is truly a distinguished speaker. Sir, may I now invite you to share your thoughts with us? May we have a round of applause?
Ambassador Anil Suklal ji, are you able to hear me? Ambassador Anil Suklal.
Yes, yes.
We welcome you on joining as High Commissioner to India on behalf of the university family.
Thank you so much. It's really a privilege for me to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Vice Chancellor, Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Deputy Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Tarun Sopti, my dear friend, Ambassador Anil Suklal, High Commissioner Designate of the Republic of South Africa to India, who has joined us virtually. But Ambassador Suklal, you are always with us, so we quite appreciate that. Conference Director, Professor V.N. Attri, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, and those joining us virtually, academics, researchers, think tank members, and students, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be back at Kurukshetra University. It's nice to see the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies carving a niche for itself in the academic world. After 2 successful conferences in 2022 and 2023, we are now all set to brainstorm and exchange notes at this 3rd international conference. The idea is not to carry forward whatever was articulated in the previous 2 editions, but also to view and analyze the developments over the past 1 year and put things in perspective and chart the roadmap ahead. I congratulate Vice Chancellor Professor Somnath and Professor Attri for taking forward their vision and nurturing this wonderful initiative. And for me, I consider it a privilege to be associated with the center right from its inception and being part of this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, as Professor Attri mentioned about Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, I must tell you, we have come a long way since Prime Minister Abe articulated his Confluence of the Two Seas address to the Indian Parliament in August 2007. Perhaps Abe was ahead of his times when his vision of broader Asia, where the Pacific and Indian Ocean brings about a dynamic, he spoke about broader Asia where the Pacific and the Indian Ocean brings about a dynamic coupling as seas of freedom and prosperity. As the Indo-Pacific construct eventually evolved, it covered under its ambit concepts of democracy, inclusiveness, peace, and security. And as the scope of the canvas further expanded, it now delves into pressing global issues such as climate change and sustainable development that have wider ramifications. Therefore, it is appropriate that at the 3rd edition of our conference, we propose to deliberate on these issues alongside the security dynamics at play. Friends, the stakes are indeed high. The growing instability in the Middle East that Ambassador Suklal alluded to, the unending Russia-Ukraine war, and the numerous other global flashpoints have potentially serious spillover effect on the vast Indo-Pacific region that is home to 5.9 billion people, or 3/4 of the world population. It also accounts for 2/3 of global economic growth and 60% of world's GDP. The Indo-Pacific region is indeed a key driver of global trade, with 60% of the global maritime trade and 40% of global oil trade traversing its water. I'm sorry, got a little sore throat. Yeah, thank you. From India's perspective as a maritime nation with 7,500 kilometer long coastline, the stakes are even higher. Imagine our security concerns with 90% of our external trade passing through the Indo-Pacific region, not to mention the 55% that traverses the South China Sea. Implication of any of the choke points getting closed have far-reaching implications. Right. No wonder the world is closely watching the Iran-Israel skirmishes that may snowball into a full-fledged war. And any closure of the Strait of Hormuz will seriously affect global trade, particularly oil trade. Therefore, while discussing the security dimensions of the Indo-Pacific, it's not only about an assertive China. China factor is, of course, important. There's no denying that this was a critical consideration when the Indo-Pacific concept evolved and it was taking shape. But now, over a decade down the line, there are multiple security challenges and global flashpoints that I've already spoken about. So, need of the hour is to collectively seek a strategic convergence among the countries of the Indo-Pacific to face these adversities in a cooperative framework. Prime Minister recently in his address to this Quad Leaders Summit in the United States, he asserted, and I quote, "Free, open, inclusive, and prosperous Indo-Pacific is our shared priority and shared commitment." This aptly sums up India's vision of the Indo-Pacific as a common platform for countries in the region to attain their objective of a rule-based world order, respecting sovereignty, territorial integrity, and equality of all nations, irrespective of their size, capabilities, political orientation, or level of development. In today's world, interdependent and interconnected economies seek assurances in respect of supply chains, trade, and security. They seek a rule-based maritime order that guarantees freedom of navigation and overflight, as outlined by UNCLOS. The objective is to ensure strong and sustained economic growth in the region in a secure environment. While contending with these security challenges, we also cannot ignore the fact that the 52 countries that make up the Indo-Pacific account for more than half of the world's carbon emissions. The developmental challenges, humanitarian crisis, climate change fallout, natural disasters, and livelihood issues are progressively taking center stage in this dynamic region. No wonder the recent Quad Summit came up with a delicate balance in their outcome document, factoring in all these challenges alongside security issues with reference to the Indo-Pacific. Against this backdrop, it is now time to end the debate whether Indo-Pacific is merely a geographic construct or a security arrangement. Rather, it would be befitting to describe Indo-Pacific as an all-encompassing concept, covering within its ambit issues across a broad spectrum, ranging from security to climate change to sustainable development. Once again, I congratulate Kurukshetra University and the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies for organizing this third international conference. The theme of the conference is indeed topical, and I look forward to productive deliberations over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Sanjay Panda. We are honored to have with us Mr. Haide Sakaguchi, President of the Ocean Policy Research Institute at the I.C.I.P.S Foundation, Tokyo, Japan. His work in ocean policy research has been instrumental in advancing sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific region. I welcome you, sir, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. My name is Hide Sakaguchi, I.C.I.P.S Foundation. And before everything, I should congratulate this successful conference, the third International Conference of International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, and together with Ministry of External Affairs, government of India, New Delhi. I sincerely congratulate. And today's conference focuses security dynamics and climate change and sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific region. As Professor Atlee, who invited me into this meeting, I thank you so much for this kind invitation. But I'm really sorry, for not being able to attend in person. Initially, I planned, but due to my health problem, I cannot make it. But please, please, please ask me to attend, and I'd love to visit India as soon as possible. So please allow me for this, being at online. But and also Professor Soklal and also Professor Atali already mentioned the importance of the security issues and also development in Indo-Pacific area is growing and growing, because as already mentioned, quite large percentage of the ocean operation, it's up to 25% of the total ocean operation is done in along the coastal side of India, and India is epicenter of the total Asia Indo-Pacific area. So it is worthwhile doing this conference, because the things happened in this world, complicating the situation worse and worse, is purely due to the misunderstanding, from country to country or people to people, and so on. And one more thing, the climate change is a sort of, natural issues, but it's a big threatening. For example, my country, in Japan, more than 90% of the logistics and also oil and gas, natural resources, energy resources are all depending on the ocean maritime logistics. And then if the safetiness is not guaranteed, we cannot live on. And also, climate change affect not only maritime transport, but also the food supply, good nutrients from the ocean is also threatened. But as we are all aware of that, ocean is not independent, its own country's area, but it connects all the neighboring countries. And that's why we should understand each other and admit the difference or common issues together. And then this kind of conference, which exchange the dialogue, this is a very important point. As Professor Atlee also mentioned, the climate change, security, these are very important issues. But in addition to those two issues, peacemaking is really important to maintain this real, sustainable world and the sustainable ocean. Otherwise, if one country or one of the people become really selfish, all the plan, all the good, destination will be ruined. So we have to avoid this situation, and that's why we need this international conference to understand each other, what is the point and what we should do. And very recently, the government of Japan renewed the cabinet member, and the new Prime Minister Ishiba, he is the center of the person of the ocean affairs, because from the real beginning, the ocean law and planning of the ocean issues in Japan, he has been dedicated, to establish this kind of law, and also he's quite expert in security issues. So, together with the new cabinet of Japanese government, we should work together with India and also all other Indo-Pacific ocean together. And the policy of Japan continues free and open Indo-Pacific is still alive, and new Prime Minister Ishiba will continue this scheme. So, in this sense, we should work together to realize peaceful and productive ocean together. And one more thing I would like to emphasize is the South Asia has a huge population, more than 2.0 billion population. That means, 1/4 of the total global population living in this area. So if we lose the balance in this area, we will lose everything. And if we can, win to realize peaceful ocean management, which consists of security dynamics and also the balance, for the climate change and also sustainable development, it is not impossible to realize real peaceful worlds. And these are the issues our Saska Peace Foundation is seeking. So to realize peaceful world through the ocean affairs, and this is the mind which we are doing. And at the end, I thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope this next 2 days conference will be really fruitful and bringing good messages to share together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hide Sakaguchi. We would like to have you in person next time here. And as rightly said, peace should be the priority.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, our next guest of honor, Admiral R.K. Dhowan, PVSM, AVSM, YSM, Chairman of the Society for Aerospace Maritime Defense Studies, and former Chief of Naval Staff, Indian Navy. Admiral Dhawan has played a pivotal role in shaping India's maritime policy and strategy. We warmly welcome you, sir, and we look forward to your insightful address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Professor Somnath Sachdeva, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, Vice Admiral Tarun Sopti, the Deputy Chief of Naval Staff, Indian Navy, Vice Admiral Anand Chavla, Ambassador Panda, Professor V.N. Atri, Excellencies, eminent participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a distinct honor for me to link up online for this conference on security dynamics, climate change, as well as sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific region. The term Indo-Pacific has moved decisively from its origins in biogeography to the realms of geopolitics. And today, the Indo-Pacific, which is essentially a confluence of two oceans, has emerged as the world's economic and strategic center of gravity in the maritime domain. India occupies a dominant position in the Indian Ocean, which is the third largest water body, spanning an area of 68.5 million square kilometers, and countries on the rim of the Indian Ocean are home to nearly 1/3 of humanity. When we add the 35 countries of the Asia-Pacific region, then the Indo-Pacific region is home to nearly 60% of the world's population. The Indo-Pacific is also one of the largest trading regions in the world and accounts for nearly 36% of the global exports and 36% of the world's import. The waters of the Indo-Pacific have emerged as global economic highways and India sits astride busy sea lines of communication over which about 1 billion tons of oil transits every year. These oil arteries and trade routes lead further east to the ASEAN and countries like Japan, South Korea, and China. About 5 trillion US dollars worth of commercial shipping, as well as energy supplies, transit over the South China Sea every year. But the waters of the Indo-Pacific are no longer a benign medium, and globalization has resulted in vulnerability of the ocean. This implies that if there is any impediment to the free flow of oil or trade, it would have a detrimental impact not just on the economies of the region, but the global economy as well. The threats and challenges on the waters of the Indo-Pacific include piracy, IUU fishing, asymmetric challenges, and maritime terrorism. The issues in the South China Sea range from sovereignty, freedom of navigation, and control of resources. The instabilities and turbulence that we are witnessing in some parts of the Indo-Pacific on land have the potential to spill over into the maritime domain, and the situation can best be described as fragile. India has advocated adherence to international law and maintenance and promotion of maritime safety and security, freedom of navigation, and overflight in the region. As far as India's perspective on the Indo-Pacific is concerned, this has been spelled out by the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, when he described as these bounds as extending from the shores of Africa to the shore of Americas. And the Honorable Prime Minister added that India's engagement in the region would be inclusive. The Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, has also stated that India will promote a democratic, rules-based international order, unquote. Therefore, the countries of the Indo-Pacific region need to work together to come up and evolve a common rules-based international order. The navies and maritime forces in the region need to provide maritime safety and security and ensure a stable and a safe Indo-Pacific. The waters of the Indo-Pacific are certainly in hot waters today as the sea surface temperatures are soaring. And this is having an adverse impact on the natural marine habitat as well as the biodiversity in the oceans. Humankind is blind to the fact that oceans are essential to life on Earth, and also the fact that the solution to counter the detrimental impact of climate change is actually to be found in the oceans themselves. Over the past few decades, we have witnessed indiscriminate pollution of the seas and contamination of the natural marine habitat. Studies have indicated that 80% of all pollutants in the oceans emanate from land. And if the current rate of pollution continues, in a few decades from now, we will have more plastic in the ocean than fish. The members of the United Nations have adopted the High Seas Treaty in June 2023 for conservation and preservation of biodiversity in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. This provides a window of opportunity for India to take the lead along with other countries of the Indo-Pacific and draw up a global maritime accord and an action plan to counter the detrimental impacts of global warming and climate change by leveraging the oceans. The Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, has launched a dynamic initiative of Swachh Bharat, or Clean India. India needs to take the lead along with other countries in the Indo-Pacific and extend this initiative to Swachh Sagar, or clean and healthy oceans for our future generations. The countries of the Indo-Pacific have vast maritime interests, which have a vital relationship with the region's economic growth. This provides an ocean of opportunities to harness the blue economy by optimal utilization of resources with minimum impact on the environment to ensure sustainable development of the oceans. The United Nations has declared this decade as the Decade of the Oceans. In addition, the United Nations document Transforming Our World, Agenda 2030, and the Sustainable Development Goal 14 provide a template for conservation of ocean resources as well as for sustainable development. India and countries of the Indo-Pacific need to draw up a comprehensive maritime cooperation roadmap for sustainable development of the Indo-Pacific. The countries of the Indo-Pacific are essentially maritime in nature, and the seas around us are gaining newfound importance as each day goes by, and I have no doubt that the current century is the century of the seas. With majority of the countries having a natural outflow towards the seas and vast maritime interests, which have a vital relationship with the nation's prosperity, the countries of the Indo-Pacific need to work together and indeed pull on the oars together and steer towards a safe, secure, stable, and sustainable Indo-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Admiral Dhawan. Next, we are privileged to welcome Dr. Novio Nokwe, former Secretary General of Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, and former High Commissioner of South Africa to the Republic of Mauritius. Dr. Nokwe, we are honored to have you with us today, and we welcome you here, and she is joining us online. Over to you, ma'am.
Brigade. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Can I be seen? Thank you. It's a great honor and a great privilege to be attending the third International Center for Indo-Pacific. Unfortunately, as I will also say, like my previous speaker said, I was not able to attend in person because of, issues beyond my control. But all the same, I must firstly also congratulate, the thing is on, sorry. I don't know why, somebody's trying to phone me. I'm on, isn't it? Yes, as I was saying, I mentioned the fact that this conference, it's a great pleasure and an honor for me to be attending the third international conference. And I think the topic is very topical: security dynamics, climate change, sustainability or sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific region at the Kurukshetra University. This conference is very timely as the themes are very poignant, very relevant, more so in taking into cognizance of all the things that are happening. I won't elaborate a lot because I think Prof. Suklal has already said it and mentioned it, but also at the heels of the just completed United Nations General Assembly. As well, the Indo-Pacific region, which includes countries such as India, China, Japan, Australia, and Southeast Asian nations, and not forgetting the East Coast of Africa, is increasingly vulnerable to security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development challenges. The adverse effects it has to the coastal communities who are most vulnerable, as they have minimum resources to cope or manage or adapt. Through the leadership of the Vice Chancellor and guided by Professor Atri to establish the International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies in April 22, the main objectives, as we all are very well known, is to construct an Indo-Pacific new paradigm of peace, security, and sustainable development. And I think, as I will also endorse what the other speakers said, this should send a great message, and especially with all the experts who are in attendance here, to come up with new aims of strengthening the research academics in all areas related to Indo-Pacific region. The region is gaining momentum in terms of strategic importance, as that's why I'm proud to be part of the participants. And I'm not there in person, but I'm there in spirit, because I was there last year and it was very exciting, and I'm really enjoyed everything and I learned a lot. So we need to strengthen each other. And also I can see that the center has also gained strength in terms of the caliber of the people presenting here today. So I also join the previous speakers in congratulating both the Vice Chancellor as well as Professor Atri for their mission vision of such, an insightful conference, as well as also establishing the center. So I'm looking to fruitful deliberations and look forward to the outcomes or takeaways. And as Prof mentioned, no matter how small, it will be welcome. So it's a starting point. And also, before I end, I also want to congratulate Professor Anil Sukla for his newly appointment as a High Commissioner Designate to India. You have gained a remarkable gentleman there, a very, good expert. So thank you, everybody, and I highly appreciate it. I'll be listening in and waiting for how we move forward from here on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nokwe. Thank you so much for your words, and we missed your warmth presence this time here in person, and looking forward to meet you next time here in person. Thank you so much. It is our honor to have with us our esteemed chief guest, Vice Admiral Tarun Sopti, AVSM, VSM. Commissioned into the Indian Navy in 1988, Vice Admiral Sopti is a navigation and direction specialist and an alumnus of the prestigious National Defense Academy. He has commanded 3 warships, including the commissioning of INS Kolkata, a first of its kind guided missile destroyer. In his illustrious career, Vice Admiral Sopti has held significant staff positions at naval headquarters and served as naval attaché in Moscow. His leadership has extended across various key roles, including Deputy Commandant of the Indian Naval Academy, Flag Officer commanding Eastern Fleet, and Director General of Project Seabird. Currently, he serves as Deputy Chief of Naval Staff. For his distinguished service, Vice Admiral Sopti has been awarded the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal and Vishisht Seva Medal. We are privileged to have him with us today. Sir, we welcome you, and may I request you to kindly address the gathering, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, Excellencies, Professor V.N. Atri, Director, International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen, including those who are attending this conference online. I'm delighted to be here among you today for this seminar on security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific. I would like to thank Professor Atri for his gracious gesture of inviting me. And I also acknowledge the presence of 2 of my mentors, Admiral R.K. Dhovan, who is available online, former Chief of Naval Staff, and Vice Admiral Anil Chawla, former Commander-in-Chief, Southern Naval Command, in this gathering. This distinguished audience is well aware of the maritime significance of the Indo-Pacific region, which has also been covered by some of the speakers who spoke before me. So I'll just summarize that. The Indo-Pacific region is home to two of the world's fastest growing economies, India and China. This has led to increased trade and investment by many external powers in the region, making it a significant driver of global economic growth. In more ways than one, a very large part of the world's population draws sustenance from the ocean, and in this particular case, the Indo-Pacific Ocean. A stable security situation, mitigating the effects of climate change and sustainable development is therefore critical for our collective futures. I'm aware that the conference will dwell on these aspects in greater detail over the next 2 months, but nonetheless allow me to touch upon these three aspects very briefly. The Indian Ocean region, being an important part of the world's economies and politics, faces traditional and non-traditional threats. On the traditional front, the Israel-Hamas conflict has highlighted the role of not just state actors but also non-state actors, and has demonstrated how a land-based conflict can spill over into the sea and pose a threat to seaborne trade. These events have significantly altered the pattern of life at sea, compromised safety of seafarers, and led to the re-emergence of piracy in the region. The presence of over 50 warships in this Indian Ocean region from various countries under various maritime constructs, such as the Combined Maritime Forces, the US-led Op Prosperity Guardian, the EU-led Op I.C.P.S, are indicators of the emerging geopolitical landscape. These warships are operating to safeguard their threatened economic interests and keeping sea lanes of communication open, highlighting the importance of the region. A 60% decline in traffic through the Red Sea in recent months is indicative of the limited success we have collectively attained in protecting merchant shipping. Let me assure you that this is not for any lack of effort on the parts of all the countries in question, but more a question of the particular geography of that area. Manifestation of ongoing conflicts in the maritime domain and strategic importance of the region are all indicators that the Indian Ocean region will continue to remain a heavily congested and contested maritime domain in the foreseeable future. Non-traditional threats in the IOR range from fishing, especially illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, the plying of narcotics trade, mostly from the Makran coast, down to countries of East Africa, Sri Lanka, Maldives and India, to piracy and human trafficking. No one country has the capacity to tackle these threats in such a wide open space ocean on its own, and it therefore requires determined efforts towards coordinated and cooperative action to contain these threats. The Pacific Ocean, meanwhile, has its own challenges. We have an established superpower facing off with a rising power, which is also a revisionist power. The US Navy has predicted a high possibility of conflict between China and Taiwan by around 2027-28. We also have long-standing contested territorial claims, including over sea areas, primarily centered around the Spratly and Paracel Islands. China has displayed an increasingly assertive behavior through infrastructure buildup in some of these contested islands, discouraging economic activities in the EEZ of some of the Pacific littoral countries on the grounds of the EEZ being contested, using diverse means such as the Coast Guard and maritime militia. Countries such as the Philippines and Vietnam have experienced this more acutely, and we've also witnessed probes into the waters of Japan and most recently the EEZ of Malaysia. Lack of acceptance for the principles enshrined in UNCLOS and asserting claims through the use of force poses a danger of unraveling a well-established order which had taken years of consensus to build up. A serious conflict in this region would have an unimaginable impact on maritime trade that emanates from or passes through this region. May I remind you that we saw just a whiff of this during COVID, as also the global effect of seemingly localized conflicts such as Russia-Ukraine and Israel-Hamas, which has on global maritime trade. The non-traditional maritime threats which I mentioned in relation to the IOR actually apply equally to the Pacific Ocean. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Navy, as the first responder and its aspiration to be the preferred security partner in the region, has responded to these rising traditional and non-traditional threats with alacrity and professionalism. Mission deployed I.C.I.P.S with information fusion and dissemination through the Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean region at Gurugram, have overseen safe transit of over 6 million metric tons of cargo on board about 180 merchant vessels, valued at approximately US $3.2 billion in the last 6 months. 62 pirates have been apprehended since the upsurge of piracy in November 2023. And more than 120 mariners' lives, which included 30 Iranian and 27 Pakistani fishermen, have been saved by intervention and providing medical aid since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas conflict, which spilled over into the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb area. IN is also engaging with maritime forces of like-minded countries of immediate neighborhood, such as Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Seychelles, Mauritius, Maldives, Oman, etc., anchoring our relations on mutual trust for capacity building, capability enhancement, cooperative engagement, and collaborative efforts. Multiple engagements with the extra-regional navies, namely the US, Japan, Australia, UK, France, etc., are done through a series of maritime partnership exercises. Coming to climate change, this is one of the most prevalent threats which has started affecting all of us on a daily basis. It is impossible to ignore the profound and multifaceted impact that climate change has on security, stability, prosperity, and humanity as a whole. For years, some of the brightest minds have been debating, theorizing, even doubting the undeniable evidence of our planet's changing climate. But the people who inhabit the Indo-Pacific littorals can just testify to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns through their personal experiences. These shifts may be natural, but since the 1800s, human activities have been the main driver of climate change, primarily due to the burning of fossil fuels, which produce heat-trapping gases. The last decade was the hottest on record, and if current trends continue, we are on course to exceed 1.5 within the next 2 decades. The seemingly small increase in temperature has massive implications, triggering more intense storms, disrupting ecosystems, consuming small islands, and pushing many species towards extinction. We are also witnessing record-breaking levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. It means that we are rapidly approaching thresholds beyond which the damage to our climate may become irreversible. The stakes are high, and if we do not act now, the future consequences will be catastrophic. Given these alarming figures, even those who are skeptical about the causes of climate change must acknowledge that these numbers demand our attention. The Indo-Pacific region, which the world cherishes for its rich biodiversity, cultural heritage, and economic importance, is particularly vulnerable. Let us put things in perspective. Imagine a small chessboard where every piece, countries, economies, and ecosystems are interconnected. A significant climate event is like moving a piece that disrupts the entire game. Rising sea levels threaten not just entire national sovereignties, but it also affects the livelihood and the safety of the people who live in these areas. Increased frequency of storms and cyclones lead to humanitarian crises, which in turn can drain national resources and destabilize governments. In addressing climate change, it is not just about lowering emission levels, but also building resilience. This involves everything from coastal defenses to international collaborations for disaster management. In other words, it is not just about saving the planet. It is about securing our homes, our livelihoods, and indeed our very way of life. We have a shared responsibility to act together, not just as individuals, but as a global community. So let us take decisive steps because we all know there is no alternate to Earth. Meanwhile, sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific is a complex issue that involves many challenges, including climate change, poverty, and inequality. We need to meet the needs of the present generations without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This is not just limited to sensible exploitation of natural resources, but also to measures to improve the standards of living of people. It is heartening to note that humanity has recognized the need for sustainable development, and sustainable development goals have been formulated at the international as well as regional levels. The question is, despite recognizing the need, are we doing enough? A constant effort is required to overcome sustainability barriers. To conclude, security dynamics and climate challenges in the Indo-Pacific region are complex and ever-evolving. For India in particular, navigating this landscape requires a nuanced and multifaceted approach. By strengthening its strategic partnerships, enhancing maritime security cooperation, cooperative engagements, and addressing non-traditional threats through organizations like the IORA, the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, etc., and including decisive actions against climate change, India can play a pivotal role in shaping the future of the Indo-Pacific. As we move forward, it is imperative for India to continue its engagement with regional and global partners, ensuring a stable, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific for all. On the climate change front, the role of all of us, and in particular of students, scholars, and policymakers become critical. It is our creativity, our innovation, and our ability to see beyond conventional boundaries that will help us navigate these turbulent waters. We, especially the young people amongst us, should not just be passive recipients of knowledge, but the architects of change, and I implore all of you to do that. I would like to compliment Kurukshetra University and the I.C.I.P.S for their initiative in bringing together such diverse stakeholders and scholars in discussing maritime issues. I'm sure the brilliant minds present here today will be the drivers of change in times ahead, and I wish each one of you good luck, fruitful discussions, and success in taking this initiative forward. Thank you, and Samna Varuna, which is a Sanskrit phrase which aptly invokes the blessings of Lord Varuna, the god of the oceans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful and thought-provoking talk. Your perspectives have truly enriched our understanding and provide much to reflect upon. Thank you so much. We are now delighted to welcome our next guest of honor, Professor Sanjeev K. Sobhi, Vice Chancellor of the Mauritius University, joining us online from Mauritius. Professor Sobhi is a renowned academician and a leader. Professor Sobhi, it is our pleasure to have you with us today. Over to you.
Hello?
Yes, sir,
Good
you are
afternoon.
audible.
Is that fine? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, Professor Vishwanath Atri, Director, International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, Excellencies, colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it gives me great pleasure to be amongst you. I would have loved to be physically present there, but unfortunately, due to some prior commitments here, it has not been possible for me to realize. But nevertheless, I think uh, it's again a pleasure to be on such a beautiful, wonderful, and insightful platform related to the Indo-Pacific Studies and its center. My talk would be very specific to climate change, our own experience from Mauritius, and the topic that I've chosen is the challenges to sustainable development in the face of extreme weather events, a case of Mauritius. Just to, in fact, I had a few slides, but can't share that with you. I don't think it's possible, so I'll just go over these slides. Just to, for those people who do not exactly know the location of Mauritius, it is in the Indian Ocean, around 800 kilometers from the east of Malagasy Republic, around 2,000 kilometers southeast of Africa. Mauritius, the location of Mauritius makes it prone to extreme weather as a small island developing state. Extreme weather, in particular, intense tropical cyclones. But before I go to these, I just want to share some basic facts about Mauritius to give you an idea where we stand and in terms of what kind of challenges we might be facing with more and more changes occurring to the weather patterns. So some basic economic facts. The per capita income of Mauritius is $26,445 purchasing power parity in 2022. Is deemed to be high income economy. Due to COVID, however, it reached that stage, but then it had again reverted back to a high middle income economy. Its population is 1.23 million, and it is a services-driven economy. The services are essentially the financial services sector and the tourism sector. It has a size of 2,040 square kilometers, which is very tiny compared to India as such. Literacy rate is 92%. We have a life expectancy of 75 years on average, and it has an exclusive economic zone, the EEZ, of 2 million square kilometers, which spreads from Mauritius, those who know, to the Seychelles region. Talking about the current economic prospects, we have a reliable institutional quality, political and social stability, reliable human capital, an attractive human capital in terms of its pristine tourist destination. Time zone is convenient for doing business and trade. Prospects for maritime trade, especially with the EEZ and the blue economy benefits. However, the location of Mauritius as a small island developing state in that part of the world makes it highly vulnerable, as earlier mentioned, to extreme weather events. What are these? In fact, the sustainability of development might be easily compromised by extreme weather, especially if we look at the tourism sector, where we rely a lot from tourists coming from the region, but most of our tourists especially come from Europe, France, and Britain. So we have disturbances in the flights, etc., and makes it very difficult to do business, especially with the increasing frequency and intensity of tropical cyclones based on what we have experienced in recent years. The average annual loss due to extreme weather, essentially tropical cyclones and floods, was reported as high as 110 million USD by the Disaster Management and Climate Change Handbook in June 2024, that is this year itself. 80% of the 110 million US dollars pertains to tropical cyclone. So you would guess that if we have more and more of these due to global warming, more and more tropical cyclones in that part of the world, so the losses, the wreckages would be more and more significant, which would affect the development of Mauritius. And I know the Indo-Pacific region too is very prone to extreme weather systems, right? So they have typhoons, they have other natural calamities which are of the same dimension or even worse. So whatever experience that I will be sharing about Mauritius might be pertaining, might relate also to what might be happening to that part of the world. So as a small island, Mauritius is exposed to the increasing frequency and intensity. With changing rainfall patterns, we have observed over years also that we are having more rain in less time. And this creates a lot of flooding. This damages infrastructure, agriculture. We also face floods, sea level rise, and wave surges as an island which is exposed to extreme weather. Some of the cyclones, just to give you an idea that the winds can go up to 280 to 320 kilometers an hour with very intense tropical cyclones that might be passing over or very close to the island with at least a week of damages caused and disruption of economic activity. Now, the wreckages of extreme weather from our experience pertained to significant damages to public infrastructure, the roads, the buildings, the public utility services and networks are severely damaged. Private buildings, especially those of economically disadvantaged communities, are more exposed. Some of them are located in flood-prone areas or around the coast, so which means that the extreme weather can be even more damaging, loss of lives. We cannot preclude that. Destruction of our natural assets, especially for the tourism sector, erosion of the coastal line, destruction of fertile land, built-in infrastructure along the coast. So even the hotels are exposed. Crops are destroyed, flights are delayed, tourism sector is badly affected. And sometimes with these extreme weather, we have high inflation, so which means you see a hike in prices, especially food prices, and the fisheries sector also is highly vulnerable. However, I just want also to share that based on what we've seen since the 1960s, because climate change is not something that is happening now. It's certainly deepening. We are having, in fact, more and more revelation of changing weather patterns. But Mauritius itself, since the early 60s, with most cyclones that we have been experiencing also in the past, has allowed the population of Mauritius, the government of Mauritius, to move from what we used to be a sugar-dominated sector. Sugar plantation was very important. For 400 years, we've been depending on sugarcane, but we've changed that in recent years. Since 1970s, we are more into the export processing zone. That is, the sugarcane plantation is no longer the main industry, which was badly affected by extreme weather, sometimes cyclones. Even now, had we been dependent on the sugar industry, we would have been actually far from being, deemed to be high-income economy. So we have been adapting to the extreme situation. Sometimes we have food scarcity. Tourism sector, as I mentioned earlier, is normally very badly affected, but not only the tourism sector, but all the businesses when you have power shortages, power, outages, so disruptions of air and marine transport systems, and more frequent events would be even more pronounced. Now, some measures that we have used to adapt and mitigate the impacts of sustained economic growth, which might provide lessons to those islands, to that region of the Indo-Pacific region. So we have, in terms of urban planning, to provide more sustainable infrastructure. We are looking at this, the local government. Research to develop more resistant and resilient plants, crops. Reach out to secondary markets in the region just to deal with scarcity of food, especially vegetables, fish, and the like, right? Especially when we have the cyclones, after a cyclone, the aftermath, we have to mitigate in terms of looking for market in the region. The Ministry of Environment is dealing with the preservation of the natural assets, coastal zone rehabilitation programs are on, rain harvesting systems whenever we have droughts, relocation of the vulnerable communities, those who were economically disadvantaged and didn't have very good housing structures, so they have been relocated in places where they are safer. Climate funds have been developed to support farmers, and we are moving to climate smart agriculture, that is in terms of being less dependent on, on extreme weather, so that we have already got the knowledge to safeguard agriculture whenever there are droughts or there are floods, to make the public utility system even more resilient and robust, and develop early warning systems. So we have, in fact, readapted our warning systems, the tropical cyclone systems or flooding systems, just to provide more information, much more in advance, so that people are better prepared for extreme weather. Better technological tools are being used for tracking of cyclones and extreme weather cyclone systems using artificial intelligence as well. Now, because we have a network of universities, we have the I.U.R.A also, so Indian Ocean Rim, academic group. We have also the role of the University of Mauritius in terms of providing better understanding in terms of climate change. So what we are doing is we are training and providing capacity building programs with specialized master degree programs. Some of them are very customized for the public officials, but also for the private sector. Research centers and research projects publication in sustainable development goals and climate change. Right, we carry out a lot of research through our own funding system, plus funding from other institutions, local and international. Academics are actually also providing their inputs on several government boards. We have community outreach programs just to sensitize the population of the extreme weather, what can be done in order to mitigate and adapt to extreme weather. We work very closely with industry through consultancy projects, sharing our expertise, experience with them, so that we can build more resilience. Therefore, on average, the University of Mauritius is acting as a think tank. I think it's very important for us from the academia and the academic part, component, to play a very significant role in terms of, sensitizing people, but at the same time building capacity. This is essential, and I think that the same thing could apply, and is already probably is happening in that part of the Indo-Pacific world. So this is what I wanted to share with you, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Sobi, for your words, and we would like to have you in person next time here. Thank you so much. And I request the upcoming speakers, as we are running out of time, so please keep on time. Our next esteemed guest of honor is Professor Francisco Di Pola from the University of Naples, Federico, Italy. Professor Di Pola, we are honored to have you with us today. Over to you.
Good morning. Could you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Let me introduce myself. I am Professor De Paola from the University of Naples, Federico II, 800 years old university, and my knowledge deal with hydraulic engineering, from water distribution network to sewer system to climate analysis, and analysis all linked to flood risk, such as river floods, flash floods, in urban areas, and also tsunamis. Furthermore, my research group have implemented a lot of tools dedicated to improving hydraulic resilience in urban areas. And I am very grateful to Professor Atri, with whom a cultural exchange took place thanks to the I.O.R.A Association, and which I hope will lead to sharing various joint research projects on the blue economy and climate change in order to build a bridge between Indo-Pacific region and Italy. Climate change is one of the most pressing global challenges of the 21st century, marked by rising temperature, melting ice caps, and extreme weather events. Perspective on these topics, climate change, vary, often induced by geography, politics, and economics. However, there is a widespread scientific consensus that human activity, particularly the burning of fossil fuels, is the primary driver of global warming. This has led to a growing recognition that urgent action is needed to mitigate its effects. From an environmentalist perspective, the primary focus is on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This can be achieved through renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and hydroelectric power, alongside energy conservation efforts and sustainable land use practices. Advocates stress the importance of transitioning away from fossil fuels to limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels as outlined in the Paris Agreement. Economists and policymakers often emphasize the importance of balancing economic growth with climate action. Solutions like carbon pricing, which includes carbon taxes or cap and trade system, aim to incentivize businesses to reduce emissions by making pollution more expensive. Additionally, investing in green technologies such as electric vehicles and energy-efficient infrastructure can drive innovation while creating jobs. On a global scale, climate justice is a critical lens through which many developing countries view climate change. These nations argue that they have contributed the least to emissions but are disproportionately affected by its impacts, such as rising sea levels and severe droughts. Here in Italy, in this period, we are affecting this problematic topic, like droughts in the south of Italy. Thus, they advocate for financial and technical support from wealthier nations to help them adapt and transition to low-carbon emission economies. Ultimately, addressing climate change requires a multi-phased approach that includes governmental policies, corporate responsibilities, and individual action. Solutions need to be equitable and sustainable, taking into account the varied impacts and capacities of different regions to respond effectively. I agree with a lot of you that have spoken about the peace. Also here in Europe, we are facing with a war between Russia and Ukraine. Peace, according to me, if we want to talk about sustainable, if we want to talk about climate mitigation structure, peace cannot be a choice, but a duty for all world governments and humanity. I would like just to share with you, I don't know if I can share just a picture here in Italy, just to show you some things about climate change. But I would like just to share with you a little picture to show you this graph in which I have just focused on this red point. This red point is a point of an extreme event, a very extreme event of 2001, from which a multitude of publications have stated that these events has more than 1,000 of return period. From my last calculations and evaluations with all the data until 2024, these events is now belong to 200 return periods. That means 5 times less than all the publication ever stated in the last century. This is just a focus on climate change real phenomenon. Thank you for the invitation, and I hope that the progress of this important conference will be constructive, not only words. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Professor Francisco. Thank you for your words. Moving ahead, we are also privileged to welcome Mr. Firdaus Dahlan from Republic of Indonesia, who has served as the director of the Center for Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand Growth Triangle Sub-Regional Cooperation, IMTGT, and former director of IORA. Mr. Dahlan, it is our honor to have you join us. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Excellency Professor Somnath Sadewa, Vice Chancellor Kurukshetra University, my good friend Professor Atri, Director I.C.I.P.S Kurukshetra University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. First of all, allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, I.C.I.P.S, Kurukshetra University, for convening the third international conference by embracing the theme Security Dynamic, Climate Change and Sustainable Development in Indo-Pacific region. I would like also to extend my heartfelt gratitude to and appreciation to Professor Somnath Sadewa, Vice Chancellor of Kurukshetra University, and also my good friend Professor Atri, Director I.C.I.P.S, for inviting me to participate in this important event. This conference is very important and relevant amid the growing challenges we are facing today, economically, politically, environmentally, and as well security, which may hamper our effort to promote sustainable growth and maintain stability in the Indo-Pacific region. We all may agree that Indo-Pacific region has potentially to be the center of economic growth for the welfare of people in the region. However, the region is also prone to the conflicts and instability due to the conflict interests of the countries, not only in the region, but also the countries of superpowers. In my view, there is no better ways to avoid the conflicts and maintain stability in the region than to promote mutual cooperation bilaterally, regionally, and internationally. In this context, I would like to underscore the importance of regional and sub-regional cooperation as a vehicle to achieve peace and stability. We are aware that this cooperation is not yet fully met our expectation. We need more concrete cooperation of countries that can benefit and increase the welfare and prosperity of all people on the ground. Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand Growth Triangle Cooperation, IMTGT, is one of the sub-regional cooperation established long time ago in 1993. Its main objective is to promote the prosperity of the less developed regions and accelerated economic integration in sub-regions. Indeed, IMTGT is also a potential partner of India for cooperation. Geographically, India is the closest non-ASEAN country to MTGT sub-regional cooperation. India has sea border with MTGT member countries. The Andaman and Nicobar Island, for example, the outermost islands of India, is only around 713 kilometers away from Sabang Freeport, located in the northern tip of Sumatra Island, Indonesia, or 751 kilometers away from the tourist famous destination Phuket, Thailand, and 986 kilometers away from Paradise Island of Langkawi, Malaysia. India has been granted the first country of MTGT development partner status in May 2022. The cooperation will be based on mutual respect for the principle of sovereign equality, territorial integrity, political independence, non-interference in internal affairs, peaceful coexistence, and mutual benefit is not yet seen on the ground. The cooperation between India and MTGT will be developed through joint projects and programs is intended to advance the prosperity of people in the sub-region. To attain the above cooperations, both parties have developed plan of action of cooperation for 2022-2026, which covers 7 areas of cooperations, namely agriculture and agro-based industry, tourism, halal product and services, transport connectivity, trade and investment, digital transformation, environment, and human resources development. Subsequently, the shortlisted project of India and MTGT cooperation had been also prepared in the field of environment, transport connectivity, and HRD. In this capacity, I would like to suggest to I.C.I.P.S to take initiative to support the Ministry of External Affairs of India at the focal point of MTGT development partners to conduct feasibility study of maritime connectivity project between Andaman and Nicobar Island with the Sabang port in Indonesia, Phuket in Thailand, and Langkawi in Malaysia. In doing so, I.C.I.P.S can also collaborate with its university partners in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand under the umbrella of MOU cooperation, which was signed in 2023. I believe that this identified project will be a commendable step to materialize cooperation between India and MTGT that will benefit directly people on the ground in the sub-region and also for the people in the Indo-Pacific regions. So due to the limited of time, I would like to conclude from here. And finally, I wish you a productive discussion for a peaceful stability and sustainable development of Indo-Pacific regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dellan, for your words. Now we move ahead for the release of a brochure. It's an Indian Economic Association 107th conference to be organized by Department of Economics, Kurukshetra University from 27th December to 29th December 2024. I would like to invite IEA representative here for the release along with the dignitaries. It's a very big event for our university. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Vice Admiral A.K. Chawla. It's our great pleasure to have you with us. Vice Admiral A.K. Chawla, PVSM, AVSM, NM, VSM, ADC, joining us today for this session. Vice Admiral Chawla's distinguished service in the Indian Navy and his contributions to the maritime security make him a highly respected figure in the Indo-Pacific region. We are honored to have you with us today, sir. Welcome you, sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Somnath Sachdeva, Vice Admiral Tarun Sobti, Deputy Chief of Naval Staff, the chief guest for today's function, Professor Atri, Director I.C.I.P.S, distinguished guests, both online and locally, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, the young students present here. Time is short, so I'll stick to 5 minutes. The discussions that have happened over the last couple of hours have covered many of the issues that I would like to touch on. So what I will do is I will concentrate, as I had planned to do, on the security dynamics of the Indo-Pacific, and specifically into what can be done in the future, what is being done and what can be done to mitigate or enhance the security in the Indo-Pacific, because as was aptly brought out repeatedly by all speakers, security and development is interlinked. You can't divorce one from the other. Have you got the presentation? Yeah, please. It's not yet come on. Yeah, so, okay. Next, please. Next. Yeah, next, please. Not happening? The first few slides, while they're trying to get the slides moving, essentially relate to the fact that the Indo-Pacific concept, as was brought out, has actually replaced the Asia-Pacific concept, which was, yeah, so we've got it on now. There's just one slide on each, a couple of slides, so it'll take about 5 minutes only. Please go to the next one. Yeah, so the Indo-Pacific concept has replaced, in fact, it not only replaced, it encompasses the, put the slide on instead of me so that people can see it, yeah. The post-Cold War Asia-Pacific concept, the important thing to note here is, particularly for the students, that the Asia-Pacific was land-focused, it was continental. Whereas when you come to the next slide, please come to the next slide, the Indo-Pacific is ocean-focused. So it is important to note that with the 21st century, the focus has shifted from the land to the seas. I think this is something that we need to keep in mind. It was brought out by previous speakers also. This is planned to be the century of the oceans. This is the decade of the seas as per the United Nations. So the important part is that the focus is firmly on the oceans for prosperity and development of mankind. And another interesting fact is that except China and Russia, all the other major powers have accepted the Indo-Pacific concept. China to some extent has acknowledged the Indo-Pacific concept because indeed the earlier concept was favoring the continental space in this region, and that is why they have been reluctant to accept this, but this is the reality today. Next, please. This aspect has been brought out. I think it is summarized in this slide by many previous speakers. The importance and the various figures that are given here are, well known to everybody. I would like you to focus on the last factor, that basically the fact that all this is happening, the demographics of the Indo-Pacific is going to ensure the growth of the middle class, which is going to be the major part of the world in the Indo-Pacific region. This is going to ensure that this area remains the focus of global dynamism, and it will be the focus of global investments, manufacturing and trade, and you can see it happening every day. And therefore, for the young people, it is important to note that you people are a part of a region that is going to be dynamic at least for the next half a century, if not more. Next, please. Now, the maritime challenges of security that are facing us have also been brought out. They have been collated on this slide. I think the first part that is happening actively today is the conflict in the Gaza Strip and with Israel has spilled over into the not only just the Red Sea but also the Persian Gulf. Now, this is having an impact on all of us today. All our lives are affected because, as was brought out, because shipping has been affected, insurance rates have gone up. So the cost of shipping, the cost of oil, the cost of food, the cost of imports, exports are all affected. They've all gone up. And so we are all paying a price today for this war that is happening. The other factor is that in the long term, this is the immediate thing that's happening. China's expansion into the Indian Ocean region from the South China Sea beyond now is a factor that is going to affect the maritime stability of this region. And that has been one of the main drivers for the formulation of the Indo-Pacific concept. And that is something that India is watching very carefully. There are also a number of flashpoints that I've shown on the slide that are present in this region, which have the potential to spill over not just into conventional but also into nuclear conflict. And therefore, this makes the Indo-Pacific a particularly dangerous place right now, requiring countries to have multilateral and bilateral security arrangements as also being strong themselves. And of course, there are a host of internal unrest and insurgencies, some of which I have mentioned. Many more are happening at a lower level, apart from the traditional threats of piracy, armed robbery, terrorism, and maritime crimes, which are happening as well. The non-traditional security threats, which were mentioned by Admiral Sopti also, are something that are really causing havoc in this particular region. The maximum affected region because of all this is the Indo-Pacific. Next slide, please. Now, if you just look at the hotspots in the world that I mentioned, you can see the locus of hotspots is really around both sides of India. So I like to mention that we lie in the middle of two arcs of instability, one starting from the Suez Canal to the Red Sea, the other in the South China Sea, as also the Persian Gulf. They're all flashpoints out there, which requires India in particular to maintain a very strong maritime defense posture for its own security as also the security and stability of the entire region. And this is something that is very evident when you look at the map, particularly because of the geography of the Indian Ocean region, which really ships have to pass through a number of choke points. And as you can see today, most of the conflicts are happening around these choke points through which merchant traffic and virtually most of humankind's trade passes today. Next, please. Now, as far as China is concerned, I just wanted to show this slide. China has a two-ocean sort of concept. It believes that these are the two oceans it needs to control in order to become the global superpower by 2049. It has enunciated this very clearly in its white papers, in its defense policy, and its force levels, maritime force levels, are being built up to be able to ensure control over these two ocean areas, not just in terms of security, but in terms of resource extraction and in terms of control of trade as well. Next, please. And a summary of the China's maritime strategy aims, which is, as I said, one of the potential future security threats in this entire area. Principally, of course, to address Taiwan, that's the first priority, a greater control over China's near seas region, and enforce China's view that it has to regulate foreign military activities in its EEZ, and also defend its commercial interests. Next, please. So now the last point that I would like to mention is that as far as the Indo-Pacific security architecture is concerned, there's really a huge area, covering 2/3 of humanity. So you can't really have a pan-region security architecture as is evident in places like Europe or the North Atlantic. And NATO is one example of it. However, the current arrangements are mainly the post-World War II arrangements, post-World War II alliances led by the United States with countries such as Japan, South Korea, Australia, the Philippines, etc. And many other security alliances that the US has with the Middle Eastern countries to the west of India. We can also see an emerging Sino-Russia military partnership coming up, which also has linkages with Iran and North Korea. So therefore, the current trend really is towards multilateral, minilateral, and bilateral security partnerships. The Quad is one example in which India is a significant player. India, US, Japan, and Australia. And therefore, next please. If you see India's vision of the Indo-Pacific, it is not just a peaceful vision, it is also a security vision. So I think India's vision exemplifies a holistic view of the Indo-Pacific, where security and development goes hand in hand. And therefore, the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, along with the Sagar concept and India's partnership in Quad, I think shows the way ahead for all of us, that you need to have security, you need to build security partnerships with countries, like-minded countries, you need to have developmental partnerships with like-minded countries, you need to have climate change partnerships with other countries, and I think all this is required because this is a huge region and a huge space which needs to be managed multilaterally, minilaterally, and bilaterally. To conclude, I would just like to say that India is a key player because we are one of the two bookends of the region, on the west of the Indo-Pacific region, the other being the United States. We are moving in concert with the partners to combat the threats and capitalize on the opportunities. And as I mentioned earlier, because of the vast and diverse nature of the region, it will be necessary to have a web of partnerships. I think that's what we are getting to, and this web will have to be carefully woven so that we cover everything to the interests of everybody. And India being a democracy, we need to keep focused on the long-term aim, which is realizing a free, open, inclusive, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. With that, I have finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Admiral Chawla, for the insightful presentation. Moving ahead, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Keme Molope, Vice Chairman of the Indian Ocean Rim Academic Group, IORAG, South Africa chapter. Dr. Molope's work in promoting academic and research collaborations in the Indian Ocean region is commendable, and we are honored to have his insights at this conference. Welcome, sir.
Program Director, thank you very much for your introduction. I wish to just correct that I'm Master. Prof. Somnath, Vice Chancellor of KUK, I thought I should just abbreviate it for simple use. Vice Admiral Sobdi, Professor Atri, a dear friend, thank you for inviting me and to ensure that I'm part of this session today. Ambassador Suglal, who's joining online, and my former colleague, Dr. Nokwe, dignitaries, guests of honor, students. It is indeed a privilege that I am part of this session, third Indo-Pacific conference, because this is an indication of South Africa and India's cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. And I strongly believe that this will go on to look into issues of the Indo-Pacific. The discussions are very important to IORA, and the discussions are also important to African member states of IORA. Just to summarize, in view of time, the trade that is referred to in the Indo-Pacific is important to African states, as it also affects African states and their shores. The climate change that has been part of the discussion in the Indo-Pacific is climate change that is of concern to the Indian Ocean region and African states in the Indian Ocean region. The militarized Indo-Pacific equates to the militarized shores of African and coastal states of the Indian Ocean region. The instability and vulnerabilities, as alluded to in the Indo-Pacific, equates to the instability of the Indian Ocean region and the instability of African states that share the shores with the Indian Ocean region. As we continue with the discussions in this third Indo-Pacific Conference, I wish to also take note of my colleague from Kenya as also an indication of the presence of Africa and its importance in the affairs of the Indo-Pacific. And I strongly believe that these conversations will continue to include the African continent, and especially given the importance of Africa to the Indian Ocean region. And I congratulate Prof. Atri and the Vice Chancellor on this important conference and the forthcoming conference. We've already been told of the 4th edition that is coming, and I hope that Africa will not be forgotten. And our participation, as also included by Prof. Suklal, will be important for the discussions in the Indo-Pacific. We are glad that we are here to participate in the discussions, to shape the Indo-Pacific and ensure that the inclusivity that we wish to see in the Indo-Pacific is achieved. Let this be our Indo-Pacific for all and the prosperity for all. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Molope, for your words and for your presence here. As we approach to the conclusion of this session, it is now time for the presidential remarks by our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Somnath. Honorable Vice Chancellor has always been a pillar of strength for this institution. His visionary leadership and unwavering support have been instrumental to our success. I welcome you, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and dear participants. First of all, I extend all of you a very warm welcome on behalf of my university, that is Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. You have been listening to speakers and number of speakers for the last about more than 2 hours. So I just agitate your monotony by asking you a very simple question. Do you know that some island nations in the Indo-Pacific might be completely submerged by 2050 due to rising sea levels? So what is your answer? Of course, yes, as was pointed out by our chief guest as well. So according to recent reports, rising sea levels might displace 143 million people across South Asia and the Indo-Pacific by 2050. This would create a humanitarian crisis as island nations like Kiribati, Tuvalu, and the Maldives, and many more, face the very real possibility of becoming uninhabitable in near future. So this alarming fact brings us face to face with the pressing issues of our time, the dynamic interplay between security, climate change, and sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific region, which is also the theme of this 2-day international conference. To understand these interconnected issues, I'm happy that we have a galaxy of renowned experts with us. Our distinguished chief guest, Vice Admiral Tarun Sobti, Deputy Chief of Naval Staff. Admiral Sobti, your presence and the thoughts expressed by you have added immense value to this conference, reminding us of the vital role that maritime security plays in maintaining peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. The insights and the perspectives from other distinguished speakers as well have offered valuable inputs for all of us. And in fact, I must say that the presence of all of you have enriched the content, grace, and excellence of this conference. Many of the distinguished speakers are connected to us online as well. I am really grateful to Ambassador Anil Suklal, then Admiral Chawla, Ambassador Sanjay Panda, Ministry of External Affairs for supporting this conference, and Dr. Vinod Verma, who has been an alumnus of this university and who is president of Aditya Birla Group, who is connected to us online. I really appreciate the support provided by all of you for organizing this Congress. I congratulate Professor V.N. Attri, Director, International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, and Professor Ashok Chauhan, Chairperson, Department of Economics, and their entire team, all the faculty members of Department of Economics, for organizing this international conference, the third in a row in the last 3 years. I'm sure our Center for Indo-Pacific Studies and Department of Economics must have achieved the international recognition with the presence of so many luminaries from across the world. As we gather here, we also celebrate the significant achievements of Kurukshetra University. Last time we met, we were undergoing the process of accreditation. And I'm happy to share with you that we have been awarded the highest grade of NAC, that is A++ by Government of India Agency for Accreditation. I'm happy to share with you that Kurukshetra University is the first university in whole of the country to have implemented National Education Policy 2020 with all its provisions, not only in the campus UG, PG programs, but all the affiliated colleges of the university as well. Around 3 years back, the patents in the name of the university were hardly, say, 3 to 5. And now, presently, this number stands at more than 60. To be very exact, it is 63. And this we could do without spending even a single pie from the university, because this has been, say, all guided by one of our alumni, Dr. Mehta, who has not only, say, charged any fee for himself for providing the consultancy for these patents, but also paid the government dues from his pocket. So that is an example what an alumnus can do for the university. In the last 3 years, we have started 23 new academic programs. Out of these 23 programs, 19 are completely online programs. This is as per the, say, what is NV says in our National Education Policy 2020 to increase the gross enrollment ratio. So we have started in a big way with these completely online programs, wherein starting from the admission right up to the examination, everything is going to be conducted online. And of course, we have opened this International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, which is, I believe, at that point of time, this was the first such center in whole of the country. And probably one of the speakers told that probably in any university to be established, this was the first center in whole of the world as well. So Kurukshetra University not only is doing exceedingly good in academics and research, it is equally good in sports and cultural activities as well. As far as the sports activities are concerned, we stand at number 3 in all the universities of the country, and in our cultural activities, again, among government universities. I would like to tell you that we have around 1,100 universities in the country, out of which around 500 are government universities, rest are the private universities. So among government universities, we stand at number 1, and among all the universities, we stand at number 3. The theme of this conference security dynamics, climate change, and sustainable development is very timely and relevant. The Indo-Pacific is a hotbed for shifting power dynamics, territorial disputes like those in the South China Sea are straining relationships between major players such as China, the US, India, and Japan. In addition to this, non-traditional security threats are also on the rise. Piracy in key maritime routes, cyber attacks targeting critical infrastructure, and terrorism all add to the volatile security landscape. What will happen if these security threats go unchecked? Just imagine what will happen. Without a stable security environment, cooperation in various areas for achieving sustainable development to ward off the threats of climate change becomes even more challenging. Sustainable development in the Indo-Pacific is about balancing economic growth with environmental preservation and social equity. We need to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and maritime resources for sustainable development, which is also the SDG 14, which talks about so. Nations like India are investing heavily in renewable energy, moving towards solar and wind power to reduce the carbon footprints, and we are aiming to achieve the zero carbon footprint by 2070. However, we need an even faster shift towards green technologies, resilient infrastructure, and social equity. We need to understand that the issues related to security, climate, and development cannot be solved single-handedly by one country. Multilateral organizations like ASEAN, the Quad, as already pointed out by Admiral Chawla, and global frameworks such as the Paris Climate Agreement are crucial in addressing these intertwined challenges. The 21st ASEAN-India Summit, recently attended by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, reminds us India's significant contribution to these collaborations and also to Quad, IORA, and Indo-Pacific in general. However, the urgency of these challenges, disaster preparedness, and resilience demands stronger and more inclusive partnerships. In Kurukshetra University, International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies was established 3 years back, understanding the importance of Indo-Pacific in the time to come. I think our center can play a pivotal role in shaping policies that will secure peace, promote sustainable development, and enhance climate resilience in the Indo-Pacific region. The director of the center has proposed to initiate a research project on sustainable development in Indo-Pacific, covering the 3 plenary crises of loss of biodiversity, climate change, and pollution through promoting harmony with nature. And for this, I really congratulate the director, Professor V.N. Atri. I urge you all to be prepared to face the challenges that lie ahead. The answer lies in our collective action, working together across borders and thinking beyond immediate gains to secure a prosperous and sustainable future for the Indo-Pacific. In fact, our motto of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam that we had during our G20 summit, that tells us the solution to all these problems. We need to consider whole of the earth as one family. And we need to follow our own Sanskriti, our own traditions of restrained consumption, Saimit Ubhog, that will provide the answer to the various environmental issues that we have today. I hope the deliberations of the conference are going to be very fruitful. I congratulate the organizers. I thank all the guests, expert speakers, and participants. I express my gratitude to the chief guest, Admiral Sopti, and wish the conference a great success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and insightful guidance. We invite all the dignitaries to join us for the release of some important work. Firstly, I would request them to release the recommendation of Second International Conference held last year. Thank you, everyone. Next in the line is recent policy briefs. So there are three policy briefs to be released today. One is on sustainable development and climate change in Indo-Pacific region and Indian Ocean Rim Association. Another one on advancing the blue humanities in the Indo-Pacific region. Another one on human-centric design for a coordinated global plan to eliminate the threat of climate change and blue economic and prosperity. Is it happening in the Indo-Pacific region and IORA? Thank you so much. Next in the line is the book on IORA, written by Professor V.N. Attri and published by I.C.I.P.S. So we have the cover page as of now with us. You lost me as well. And last in the line is Book of Abstract of the Third International Conference, already being circulated. Yeah. It's on sustainable blue economic standardized facts for its implementation. It's the first working paper of this center. Yeah, again, it's the Book of Abstract for the Third International Conference. It's the Book of Abstract for the Third International Conference. Thank you so much, everyone. Please have a seat. With this, we conclude the first session of today's conference. I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all the speakers and the distinguished guests for their valuable insights. A special thanks goes to our organizing partners, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and Hindalco Industries, Aditya Birla Group, and all the contributors who made this event possible. Thank you so much, everyone, for your presence here. Now I request all of you to please stand for National Anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much. There is an announcement. Students' refreshment is there in the crush hall, and all the faculties, guests, and scholars are invited for the lunch in the guest house. And after half an hour, we will meet for the first technical session. Thank you so much. If media want to communicate with the speakers, they can come ahead, the media. And the photographer, please take a photograph of all the dignitaries together. The photographer is there. Yeah.
वाइस चेयरमैन इनका इकट्ठा ही करना है मतलब है इकट्ठा ही इंट्रो देना लेट मी चेक
तो बाहर के स्पीकर कनेक्ट किया आपने? जूलियट और वो धवन वगैरह कौन कर रहे हैं? कनेक्ट है? हाँ। कितने लोग हैं बाहर से? 3 है कि 2 है? 2:30 बजे वाला सेशन कौन कौन है बताइए? उनको अलाउ कीजिए, उनको अलाउ कराए, उनको कराइए अलाउ। और अच्छा बाहर कौन है बाहर? डॉक्टर फैमी है, एक वो जापान वाले हैं, उनको भी वहाँ से जापान से आए थे। He's also there in this. तो आप करिए स्टार्ट। वो कौन यहाँ स्टेज किसके पास है? यस सर। आप कर रहे हो? करिए स्टार्ट। ओके सर।
So, good afternoon, one and all present here. I feel immense pleasure to welcome you and all in the 3rd International Conference of International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies in collaboration with Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India on Security Dynamics, Climate Change and Sustainable Development in Indo-Pacific region. Let's begin with our technical session first, themed as Emerging Trends in India, Pacific Strategy, the idea of free and open Indo-Pacific. Today, we have our session chair, Professor Savran Singh, Chairperson CIPOD, School of International Studies, GNU, New Delhi, and co-chair, Dr. Game Molope, Vice Chairman, IORAG, South Africa Chapter, South Africa. Now, I would like to brief you about Professor Savran Singh. So, Dr. Savran Singh is a professor for diplomacy and disarmament at the Center for International Politics, Organization and Disarmament, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. So he has supervised over 45 PhDs and 54 MPhil degrees, already awarded 6 PhD currently work in progress. Also, Professor Savran Singh has been 3 times chairman of his center and was GNU Chief Vigilance Officer during 2012 to 2015. Professor Singh has been formally visiting professor at Institution of Global Equity. Okay, sir, thanks, sir. I welcome you, sir. Now, session is over, you too, sir.
Thank you, Professor Adri, Professor Kame Malope, my co-chair, faculty, delegates. I know my old friend Vijay Sakuja is present in afternoon session. students and research scholars, friends. Let me briefly, maybe not more than 15 minutes, as we are already slightly delayed in this afternoon session, share with you what makes Indo-Pacific so special and what makes India so special and what makes the connection of India with Indo-Pacific so special in that sense. I think some people have joined us online, and I'll request them to mute themselves so that. No, I think somebody else is having his microphone on. Anyway, I'll try to ignore. So first thing to look at is how, after Second World War, this part of the region that we today call Indo-Pacific had several violent episodes, both inside a nation state, like for about 2 decades, there was enormous disruption inside China, which is the largest country in the region. But also it followed with disruptions in Japan, and Japan had already disrupted much of Southeast Asia. Then we had Korean War, we had Vietnam War. And after that, the region stabilized. And when a region stabilizes, then you have younger population becoming much more productive and much more effective in taking the country forward in economic development. So Japan, at that time, in early 70s onwards, took the lead and created what was known as tiger economies, which became ASEAN from 6 to 10. So from 1990s onwards, this region had seen rapid economic development, and ASEAN had ensured that there was no intra-ASEAN wars to be fought. And from 1990s also, we started seeing rise of China, and that rise was connected to the neighboring countries. China's rise would not have been possible minus the rise of its periphery. So the whole region was becoming economically vibrant. India was not yet part of this growth story. But China was now becoming part of the growth story. And you would remember from late 1990s, when there were East Asian financial crisis, Chinese were the first to go and help. And China became an integral part of this Southeast Asia, East Asia growth story in that sense. And that gave us a new expression called Pacific Asia or Asia Pacific, which United States and Europe started engaging because they were now growing very rapidly and transforming very rapidly. And by the time we reach early 2000s, please, we now have a situation where China is growing very rapidly, and China, not Japan, is on the lead in building that growth story of this region called Asia Pacific. Now, after Second World War, United States, as the leading player in international relations, had established North Atlantic Treaty Organization to ensure peace in North Atlantic, which was North America and Europe. And for this region, they had also created something called Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, like North Atlantic Treaty Organization, CETO, and CENTO, Central Treaty Organization. Those two military alliances did not work in this region, and then they used ASEAN to first try to contain spread of communism, and then to soft balance this huge panda, China, emerging as a game changer. So fundamentally what is happening here is, whereas United States had looked at this region with a focus on stability being the first priority, then we will lead to prosperity, Chinese turned it upside down. They pushed for priority first, prosperity first, and then prosperity will bring perhaps stability as well, because aspirations are being fulfilled. So it is Chinese seamless economic relationship with these two rims, Indian Ocean Rim and the Pacific Rim, that changed our imagination of what US-led imagination of the region was. Pacific Command was looking after the Pacific Ocean, and Central Command was looking at India, Pakistan, and Indian Ocean. But China's economic relationship connected this whole region, two rims. And that is what rise of China and connectivity of this entire region made some of the Western countries, which was again triggered by tsunami. You may have heard that story, how these countries came together. And from 2007 wanted to start discussing in a quadrilateral framework. It appeared very interesting that what I call the trigger of this new imagination, which is China, because Chinese did not divide this region into Indian Ocean being separate from Pacific Ocean. But the trigger of this new growth story of Indo-Pacific being seen as one has remained as an outlier. Western narratives and initiatives have only looked at China as a target to be restrained rather than significant central force to this seamless connect of two oceans to be co-opted into some arrangement. It's been kept out and treated as a target still to be restrained by these Western efforts. But that's not how things have happened. Obviously, China's influence continues. China today has nearly $700 billion of trade with ASEAN countries, only 10 ASEAN countries. To give you a little comparison, India's trade with ASEAN now is $130 billion. China's is nearly $700 billion. So China remains a very important force. So this whole region has become very smart. What they do is that they engage United States for all the security arrangements and engage Chinese for all the economic trade, investment, technology transfers, and travel and tourism and so on. Where does India come into it? You know, this, I told you a story of this Indo-Pacific region being a fantastic growth story. And that's where the whole world is looking at Indo-Pacific. All major nations, France, Germany, UK, Canada, United States, everybody has issued their Indo-Pacific strategies as to how they wish to engage this region, which is vibrant, economically very, very progressive now. And economic progress has led to also changes in politics, changes in social fabrics, changes in values, changes in lifestyles, urbanization, and so on. So region is definitely vibrant, and as we often say, geopolitical focus or gravitation point has shifted from North Atlantic to Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific. Chinese also stayed out of the narratives of Western countries because they themselves were shy. They did not also show any enthusiasm to even start using the expression of Indo-Pacific in their own narratives of world politics, which is perfectly normal when you look at how Chinese behave. Chinese take their own time to accept new things, particularly if new things are not their own creation. So they took a whole decade of 1970s to begin a formal relationship with the United States. 1972, Nixon had come to Beijing. This was the first instance of US president going to China, which is a country not yet recognized by United States. And they took the whole decade till 1979 when formally diplomatic relations came in place. So likewise, they took another 10 to 15 years to gradually become part of several other international organizations like Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and export control regimes and several others. Of course, in UN Security Council, they were immediately accepted as a replacement for Taiwan, which is Republic of China. The China we are talking is a People's Republic of China, not just Republic of China. So Chinese were also reluctant over a period of time, and it's only about 3 years back that the President of China, President Xi Jinping, in a speech commemorating China-ASEAN summit meeting in Beijing, used the expression Indo-Pacific while quoting from what is known as ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. There's a document. Maybe somebody mentioned this in the morning. How does India get into it? As I said, India was also an outlier. Asia Pacific, Pacific Asia was the only story led by Japan from 1970s. It is this whole growing proximity of India with United States. You can go back to 2005 or 2015. That change was also very significant because I always tell people, yeah, you already know it. If you befriend United States, it's a package deal. About 24 other countries automatically become your friends, the friends and allies of United States. Also immediately in the package deal become your friends. So India's relationship with whole lot of other countries from Saudi Arabia to Philippines also transformed. And India began to be seen as a friendly country with the United States for a long time, repeatedly even now. They sometimes think India would be potentially an alliance partner. In fact, we have gone fairly close enough for a very erudite former National Security Advisor, Shiv Shankar Menon, to write a piece in which he says, even if we don't call it an alliance, the relationship of India with the United States is like an alliance now. You couldn't have a more important and more reliable person to comment on a subject like this. So when India became closer to United States over a period of time, they started looking at India as an important friend in future. And then, of course, as United States was looking at Indo-Pacific as an attractive area, primarily with a motive of countering China, to restraining China, they looked at India as a possible countervailing. ASEAN has done that from 1970s to look at India as a countervailing power. India was always reluctant. We didn't want to get into any of the military tensions of any country in the region or at the global level. Now, of course, India is relatively more assertive in how India behaves. So, United States started engaging India. And the first important speech, I'm sure somebody mentioned in the morning, of a very famous Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, who came to India in August of 2007 and spoke of broader Asia. That we should not just look at Pacific Asia, but Asia is much bigger. Even today, for example, not many narratives or initiatives involve Central Asia or what we call West Asia or Americans call Middle East. They are all part of Asia. But then when Japanese Prime Minister looked at broader Asia, he spoke of ensuring this confluence of two oceans and making sure they are transparent and accountability and so on are ensured. That 2007 resulted in mid-career level officials beginning to talk to each other. Chinese immediately responded with enormous anger. There was change of leadership in Australia and Japan, and this, what is today called Quad, went to sleep for 10 years. No conversation. The conversation comes back in November of 2017, when in APEC summit meeting, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit meeting, President Trump, who obviously we are all familiar with his personality, started his very, very shrill tirade against Chinese. And he had an equally competent Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, who used to make a clear distinction between Chinese people and the Communist Party. So much so that in 2019, I think, the foreign ministers meeting in New Delhi of Quad foreign ministers meeting had to issue 4 separate statements because they couldn't issue a single statement, given that Mike Pompeo was talking in very different language. Chinese were saying that Quad is emerging as an Asian NATO. Nobody today talks of Quad as an Asian NATO. And that is where India comes in. The credit goes to India for Beijing no longer being paranoid about Quad becoming an Asian NATO, because India stood all the pressure. India is the only country which is not alliance partner in the quadrilateral security dialogue for Indo-Pacific, which is Japan, Australia, United States, and India. Because very quickly, there are 4 things, if you're looking at India's vision or strategy on Indo-Pacific, 4 things are basic for you to look at. June 1st, 2018 Shangri-La Dialogue speech of Indian Prime Minister, where he outlined 2 things that define India's vision on Indo-Pacific. One India would never like to see the region militarized. Second, India would not like any of the groupings in the Indo-Pacific becoming an exclusive club. And all groupings should be inclusive in that sense. These 2 points were underlined by Prime Minister. Same thing was further explicated, expanded by Foreign Minister Dr. Jaishankar, who gave another speech in Thailand, in Bangkok, in Chulalongkorn University in August of 2022. In November of 2019, Indian Prime Minister at East Asia Summit had enunciated what is called Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. I think one of the papers in this session is speaking on Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. In the same summit, they also signed a joint statement with ASEAN to ensure that Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative of India and ASEAN Outlook in Indo-Pacific, the way they outline, will work together to implement some of those objectives, aims and objectives. Fundamentally, and I think I'll take a couple of more, 2-3 more minutes, and then I'll hopefully have the panelists speaking to you. What India brings on the table is not just world's largest population, 8% growth story of India's economy, which is all set to become third largest before 2030. Those are tangibles. And India's connectivity and contributions from look east to act east have transformed over a period of time. India is also bringing something more intangible to the table, which is India is promoting now what is called plurilateralism. You know, we have heard of multipolarism, multilateralism, minilateralism. Now, plurilateralism, you must have heard Foreign Minister Jaishankar sometime explain these things, is when the overarching theme has a overarching number of countries that join together and they create specific silos within. And those subgroups are fluid. Countries can get in, get out anytime, depending on how much they can contribute to taking that initiative forward. So India's Indo-Pacific initiative is of that nature, with specific focal areas to focus on. But there is no secretariat, there is no constitution, there is no bylaws. It's flexible as far as people are focusing on what to take forward rather than focusing on rules and regulations, secretariat and positions and so on. So that is what India is trying to bring to the table, and similar examples are also already there. International Solar Alliance, Global Coalition of Biofuels, these are all similar plurilateral modes, because in 21st century, and that's my last point, we are no longer looking at building global orders in the 20th century or 19th century fashion of having membership, having a secretariat, having a charter, having all kinds of strict do's and don'ts. 21st century is about groupings. It's about networks. So BRICS groupings, for example, which is meeting soon in Kazan in Russia, or the quadrilateral security framework here, which is again flexible because there is also something called Quad Plus, and there is also something called Quad Plus Plus, just like BRICS Plus now has 10 members. So these are new formats of how nations want to work together in a more flexible fashion rather than in a tightrope regimented fashion. And India is perfectly comfortable with this. India is the flag bearer of that idea, and India is taking that idea to Indo-Pacific region, where we have multiple ways of engaging the region in terms of Act East, Act Far East, all the way to Vladivostok. So in that sense, India is also contributing both in tangible terms and intangible terms. And very last point, unlike several of these other Western nations, ASEAN and India are very similar in that sense of making all efforts inclusive. And both ASEAN has a soft voice on how we should deal with China. India also had a soft voice on how to deal with China. In fact, India has always said Russia and China are as much resident powers of Indo-Pacific as is the United States or any other country. Indeed, before we moved into pandemic and had Galwan incident, India on its own initiative had added Indo-Pacific to the agenda of annual maritime dialogues between India and China. Of course, relations have changed over a period of time, but we are noticing perhaps again, tone is changing and we could have India-China relations coming back to normal. So India in that sense, really the last point, last 30 seconds, India now looks at itself as
Unknown caller.
sorry, I should have stopped before 30 seconds and not take last 30 seconds. India today is looking at the whole globe in terms of standing up on its own feet without either trying to be close to Soviet Union, Russia, or trying to be close to United States. Increasingly, you notice a very assertive tone in India's foreign policy. And not the wolf warriors types, but fairly assertive. And in that sense, India looks at this region where, again, India wants to follow what we call multi-alignment. Working on as many projects with as many countries as we can without making any basic distinctions among friends and foes. Which means, as an academic, I say, all great powers' foreign policy today is de-ideologized, de-territorialized. They are all today transactional. And India's foreign policy is becoming increasingly transactional. The best example to see is your every day on the screen you're looking at Middle East. India is very friendly with almost all major powers, from Egypt to Saudi Arabia to Iran to UAE to Israel. Countries that don't talk to each other are all talking to India. That's an example of plurilateralism, that's an example of multi-alignment, and that's an approach India has on Indo-Pacific as well. Thank you. Let me stop here, and Admiral Dhanoa is here now with us? Not yet. So let me see who I can call next. I think I could call my co-chair to take over and be the next speaker now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. As co-chair for this session, I will focus my attention to the region where I come from, particularly in relation to the security dynamics and their implications to the African member states of the Indian Ocean Rim Association. Why this attention? A lot has been said. There are continuing narratives that are observed in literature, and I will point just a few. Contested geographic space, that is the Indo-Pacific, divergent geographical interpretations. There's also mention or focus on the four-country talks. The centrality of ASEAN has already been mentioned. And all that this entail suggests one thing, that there are common interests and that there are also divergences associated with the different countries in the Indo-Pacific. It is also interesting that there are regional associations like the Indian Ocean Rim Association, which is constituted also by African states, that is also affected by the security dynamics that are unfolding in the Indo-Pacific. But what does this represent? Divergences in terms of economics and security. And this is precisely because the interpretations anchor on the question of identity. How do you identify with the Indo-Pacific as a developing construct? And what does it mean to the region such as the Indian Ocean region and precisely African states in the Indian Ocean region? From the interpretations that I have alluded to, it is evident that the understanding about this developing construct is that it is just one natural, social, and political space. How do we all relate with this political space? What do we make of it? How do we want the future to unfold in this space is an area of concern that ultimately leads to the divergences that we see based on the interests that ordinarily states will identify. But there are opportunities. Can there be cooperation? Yes, there can be cooperation. How can that cooperation be achieved? And so in the numerous interactions that are unfolding, the approaches are different based on the ideals, or rather the aspirations of individual states, their regions, and ultimately the implications to the global order. And in that sense, it will be of importance to consider what these changes in the landscape mean to the rest and also to regions such as Africa. Of course, the aggressions that are seen in the South China Sea cannot be ignored, and their spillover effects in the Southeast Asia, by extension, and ultimately the regional reach to the Indo-Pacific itself, and the global implications that these have on the rules-based order. And these shifts are of significance because they characterize the approach to international relations over periods of time. And so there have been alliances, and the alliances have been changing based on priorities. What do we see as being prioritized now in the Indo-Pacific? And so there are alliance realignments, and this is based on the interests and the priorities. But what is significant is that in the course of the growing attention given to the Indo-Pacific, there has been calls and observations for cooperation. But this has been changing, especially recently, given the growing interests in the area of security, especially at sea. And why is this the case? Because at sea, you have a number of variables that are dependent on the application of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. What does it mean ultimately? In line with the sovereignty of states, we know the land, the requirements for law and order in the sovereign states, but in the open maritime space, these are contested territories, and such contestations ultimately leads to who is able to do what for what ends. And these are the divergences that we see in relation to the developing Indo-Pacific. Let us also realize that in these developing trends, particularly in relation to states, the zero-sum game then suggests the choices that states make for their individual interests has a bearing on what happens in the region. Remember that this is a developing region. And so in its making, malleable to the forces, the interests, the objectives the programs that run across for economic and other ends. There are two growing concerns which harp on the competition that is unfolding between the two great powers, economic and military and security. And what we see in the Indo-Pacific today is more attention given to the military and security architecture that is more important than all other domains. And this then becomes a challenge for all in the world, particularly because of its spillover effect, in particular to the global system that has long been established based on, amongst others, the rule of law. And so the transgressions that are identified are simply an indication of a growing trend that is not in line with application of the rule of law in international affairs, and especially in the space that I have alluded to. And so from the Africa perspective, bringing in the Indian Ocean Rim and its Indo-Pacific outlook. This is important precisely because, firstly, the region had to respond to the growing developments around the Indo-Pacific. Second to that, Africa had also to look into what the interests of African states in the Indian Ocean region are and the implications of the developments in the Indo-Pacific. Significantly, the position taken by the Indian Ocean region, Indian Ocean Rim Association, and ultimately African member states of the Indian Ocean Rim Association have commonalities. One, in as far as interest of the Indian Ocean region in the Indo-Pacific, very clear. Indian Ocean Rim is an integral part of the Indo-Pacific. Indian Ocean Rim states must protect their interest in the Indo-Pacific through cooperation and observe neutrality in great power rivalry, which is observed also in as far as Africa member states are concerned. This is important because through cooperation, and this is what the Indian Ocean Rim brings to the table, through cooperation, the divergences that are imminent can be, can be mitigated. And so there is a call for an inclusive Indo-Pacific. With an inclusive Indo-Pacific architecture, there is opportunity that the aspired prosperity for all can be achieved. Now, African member states went further to even identify that which can add value to the discussions on the Indo-Pacific, promote and encourage cooperation in the Indo-Pacific with two areas of interest: interstate cooperation and interregional cooperation. And this then means what individual states do in pursuit of their interests and objectives should also be taken in the regional associations and forums that they are members of. And if this is approached in that manner, as IORA is of the view that open regionalism promotes inter-organizational cooperation, these can translate into better relations between states, better relations within organizations, and better inter-organizational relations. This also takes into consideration that the changing landscape, as I have indicated, more drifting to the security architecture that is in response to the growing concerns in the South China Sea and then into the Southeast Asia. And so the alignments and realignments are of concern. And the concerns are, if you look into the growing nature of war talk that is evident today, they have implications for all, including the African member states of the Indian Ocean Rim Association. And this is important because ultimately, how to pursue individual state or regional interest is important in the making of the IP today, and taking into consideration the security nature of interest, of activities in the Southeast Asia has far-reaching implications to all. And so amongst the recommendations out of all these considerations based on the review of literature, cooperation complementarity in areas of interest is important for all, big and small, and particularly for Africa. The role of Africa in the Indo-Pacific should be the role as determined by Africa. And so this goes for all in the Indo-Pacific as an inclusive construct in the making, where security concerns are not all about the advancement of the military or the military economy, for instance. And so the arms race that is taking place in the Indo-Pacific today is of concern even to the African continent, let alone the understanding that Africa may be far from the Indo-Pacific. And so the approaches should be, what is it that can be done by all? And I hope that in the course of our deliberations, these implications in the different areas that have been identified for this conference will be responded to. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kame. I want to ask Professor Atri, we have seen that some dignitaries have joined us as Dr. Kame was speaking. Would you like to welcome them or felicitate them or say something? Okay, sure. So we have next speaker again from Africa, is very central to Indo-Pacific. So we have Juliet Hermes. I think she's already with us online. And I'll request her to, if she is hearing me, please respond to me saying that you can hear me.
Hi, yes.
Excellent. So you could take your next 12 minutes and I'll possibly do this noise to stop you. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. I assume you can all hear me. I have just 3 slides to go alongside with my presentation. I hope you can see it clearly.
Yes.
So thank you for the invitation, and I'm very sorry that I can't be there for this exciting meeting. Thank you, Prof. Atri, for all your leadership in this, and thank you, Kame, for that great overview of Africa's sort of role in this. So I wanted to change things up a little bit, and I'm just going to talk a bit more about the marine science as a catalyst for Africa within the Indo-Pacific. So really, I know I'm talking to the converted here. So the concept of the Indo-Pacific was born out of the recognition of the growing strategic importance of the region. And this inextricable link between the Indian and the Pacific Oceans make it really undeniably important for I.O.R.A. to have a really proactive engagement in contributing to an Indo-Pacific regional agenda. So fundamentally, a comprehensive understanding of the region will really enhance I.O.R.A.'s ability to formulate a joint stance on its engagement within the region. And really of importance to consider from the onset is that the region is such a large maritime area, which we've already heard spreading from the Pacific Rim, the Americas, Southeast Asia, South Asia, West Asia, and Eastern and Southern Africa. So it's home to about 64% of the global population and contributes to over 60% of global GDP. And as we know, I.O.R.A is a prominent regional organization with 2.5 billion people residing in its member states. So a strong interest in ensuring peace, prosperity, economic cooperation, maritime safety and security, and stability for all the peoples of the Indo-Pacific region, as we've already heard about. But also, the focus for me and from what Kame's spoken about is really on Africa and the Indo-Pacific linkages. So the African continent, particularly, on the east and southern part, is intrinsically connected to the Indian Ocean and serves as a conduit for trade, but also as a source of marine resources and a modulator of weather and climate. And they all play a role in the coastal countries' economy. So it's really, really important to understand the variability and long-term change in the Indian Ocean that is vital to African countries. So the Indian Ocean is strongly influenced by the Pacific Ocean, which many people don't really understand due to connections both directly through water mass transport, but also indirectly through atmospheric teleconnections. So as a result, understanding and monitoring the Indo-Pacific connections is essential for the African continent and especially her coastal countries. So just to give an idea, this slide shows some of the ways in which the Indo-Pacific connects to Africa. So there's this direct link because waters from the Pacific Ocean flow through the Indonesian Straits here directly into the Indian Ocean. And this area is called the Indonesian Through Flow. And it's the only connection between global oceans at tropical latitudes, which really makes it unique and a vital cog of the global ocean and atmospheric circulation. And the connection between the oceans form a really large region of warm water greater than 28 degrees centigrade, which extends across the Western Pacific into the Indian Ocean here. And this is known as the Indo-Pacific Warm Pool. And this warm pool is a major supplier of heat and water vapor to the atmosphere across the globe. And through these exchanges in the Indonesian through flow, the warm pole strongly influences the circulation of the atmosphere, such as the Hadley-Walker cell, which you can see here in the blue arrows. And this impacts rainfall throughout Eastern Africa. And the size and shape and the temperature of this warm pool also impacts large-scale modes such as ENSO and the Indian Ocean dipole. So what's happening in the Indian Ocean ultimately can feed back into the Pacific Ocean. And again, ENSO and the Indian Ocean dipole all strongly impact climate and rainfall, not just in Africa, but globally. So within this changing climate, the Indo-Pacific warm pool is actually warming and expanding within the Indian Ocean, with the Western Indian Ocean now warming at a significantly faster rate than the Eastern. In fact, it's got one of the highest rates of warming across tropical oceans. And this warming in the Indian Ocean increases the risks of extreme events such as marine heat waves, which negatively impact the marine environment through processes such as coral bleaching. And this is really of concern to African island nations within the Indian Ocean. And this warming ocean also allows for increased convection, which then fuels extreme weather events such as tropical cyclones, which is shown here, which regularly devastate the African and small island developing states' coastlines. So considering associated impacts for the climate and the oceans of the African continent, which are resulting directly from this connection between the Indian and Pacific Oceans, it's vital that African scientists are included in the decision-making of future research and that we monitor well the Indo-Pacific connections. And through the collaborative mechanisms such as various global working groups, the WCRP World Climate Program has a panel specifically on the Indian Ocean, where we have African scientists working with counterparts in the Western Indo-Pacific region. So just to finish up, I wanted to try and keep this short because I know we're already running over time. I had some recommendations for Africa to support sort of the free thinking of the Indo-Pacific within a marine context. So really prioritizing joint research initiatives across the Indo-Pacific and encouraging international collaborations on oceanographic, atmospheric, and climate research, with a particular focus on the Indonesian through flow and this warm pool that I've spoken about. So we could also have a call for the establishment of multinational research hubs where you have African, Southeast Asian, Pacific Island scientists all working together. Another recommendation is to promote Africa's role in the Indo-Pacific research agenda, given the direct influence of the Indo-Pacific region on Africa's climate. A third recommendation is to focus on climate resilience and sustainable ocean management, perhaps, developing a framework for sustainable ocean management across the Indo-Pacific, with a focus on mitigating the impacts of ocean warming and extreme weather events and marine biodiversity loss. And this could be co-led by countries from the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Rim, including African island nations. Establish a data and monitoring hub for Indo-Pacific oceans, looking at enhancing capacity building and technology transfer, so finding mechanisms for this between the more technologically advanced countries and the developing nations across the Indo-Pacific region. Very importantly, engaging local and indigenous communities in ocean governance across the Indo-Pacific, sharing best practices of how to do this, strengthening policy and governance links between Africa and the Indo-Pacific, and then finally facilitating dialogue on ocean literacy and public engagement, really aimed at educating the public, particularly the youth, about the connections between the Indian and Pacific Oceans and their role in the global climate system. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Juliet. I hope you heard the warm applaud in the auditorium here. We now also have online former Navy Chief of Naval Staff.
Sir,
and
maybe maybe felicitate the special.
I will. I'm aware. Thank you. We have a former Chief of Naval Staff online with us, R.K. Dhawan. He's currently Chairman of National Maritime Foundation. But before we invite him to speak, we are going to felicitate some delegates who are with us today. Professor Atri, you will guide us how to, or you will do it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm Dr. Nidhi Bagadia, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics. I'm here to welcome a special guest. Today, it's our proud moment to have with us Advocate Gulab Singh Saini, sportsman and student leader of Kurukshetra University, and presently Canadian politician and advisor to the coming Prime Minister of Canada. He's a man of academics. He's a man of academics as well as politics. He's having a wonderful exposure of academics and politics across many countries. It is our proud privilege to have Advocate Gulab Singh Saini here in this international conference. We warmly welcome you, sir. I request Professor Ashok Chauhan to offer Ang Vastra to him. Please come forward, sir. Yes. I request all the dignitaries to please join in welcoming. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Dr. Chung, please join. Yes, sir. Khurana, sir, you can also. Khurana, sir, you may join. It's our pleasure to have you here, sir. We are grateful to you for being here. I request you to say 2 words. I request you to say a few words here, sir. Few words.
Hello. Hello? Hello?
नहीं 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 आपका ही तो भाई आपके हैं ये भी आपके हम भी आपके हैं
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm very pleased to be here because I'm a student of Kurukshetra University. I spent my valuable time in this university from 1987 to 1996. I did my graduation and law degree from here. And I was a sportsman when I started study in +2 in UCK, Kurukshetra. I became a two-time best rate of this university and two-time Haryana champion and two-time All India University champion. And I have so many things when I see this university, and I remember my childhood and my friends and so many things, because that's why my great time, which one I spend with my friends, and a couple of my friends are here, and Mr. Angrez, Mr. Jitendra, Punia Sahab, Dr. Bhagat Singh, and so many, and my younger brother, Navneet Saini, here. So when we are talking about Indo-Pacific region, this is very important, and we are lucky because we have a competent Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, here, and who can handle the things. And in the past, maybe you heard that, and properly, the things handled by the Indians, and we come over all the difficulties and hurdles in the Pacific region. And this is very important. It's not only important for India, it's important for the world. And we have to sit down with the community, for the world community, and we have to take this matter very seriously, because this is not just for trading or security, this is for the future of our kids, future of the country, and future of the world. And climate is changing very quickly this time. And so we have to take care of all these things. And this is not my topic, actually. I'm very involved in politics. And I'm the first Haryani who's in politics in Canada, and first Asian who became the advisor to the Leader Conservative Party of Canada. So, and I learned all these things from the great teachers and our coaches, which give me a power and willpower to do the things in Canada. And I feel so proud when people ask me, hey, you are from Kurukshetra. Yes, I'm from Kurukshetra. I'm proud to be Kurukshetra. And I'm doing lots of things in Haryana too. And I'm the first Canadian who brought the Canadian official delegation in 2012 to Haryana. Before that, nobody knows where is Haryana in Canada. Only Punjab, Gujarat, Bombay, Calcutta, all these metropolitan cities are known in Canada, not Haryana. After 2012, until today, whenever the Canadian delegation come to India, they visit to Haryana, and all our politicians, doesn't matter Congress, BJP, or another party, they welcome properly and they give a good message to the Canadian politician. And very soon, the things are changing because we don't have a fruitful relationship with Canada right now, but our party is coming in the power very soon, maybe 2 months or 6 months, because our election is due. And you're gonna see Canada and India will be the younger brother and big brother, developing and developed country together. And we're gonna do lots of things together because the geopolitics is very important these days. We have to participate then, and this is a golden era of India, and Mr. Modi is doing very well. And we are lucky our brother became a Chief Minister of Haryana, and I'm part of this both countries right now. And before me, like so many speakers speaks a lot, but I'm honored to be here and thankful to all the association, and I will be participating in the next future too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of warmth and encouragement. We truly value your presence here. Thank you so much for being here. Over to Professor Swaran Singh.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Thank you so much. I think we have kept the former Naval Chief waiting online with us. Sir, if you can hear me, please let me know that you are with us now.
Yes, I'm here.
Please, floor is yours then, sir. You can start.
Thank you very much to the chair of the session. Excellencies, eminent participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege to connect up once again for this session on the emerging trends on Indo-Pacific strategy, the idea of a free and open Indo-Pacific. India's primary area of interest in the maritime domain is the Indian Ocean, and the extended area of interest spans across the Indo-Pacific region. The waters of the Indo-Pacific have been the vortex of intense maritime activity for connectivity, cooperation, collaboration, and even competition. I will now highlight some of the salient challenges and opportunities in the Indo-Pacific and suggest some recommendations to chart the way ahead for a free, open, inclusive, and resilient Indo-Pacific. The instabilities and turbulence in some parts of the Indo-Pacific, along with issues related to territorial claims, sovereignty, freedom of navigation, and control of resources, are spilling into the maritime domain. Consequently, over 120 warships from over 20 navies are always present in the Indian Ocean to safeguard their maritime interests. In addition, naval assets are regularly deployed in the South China Sea to ensure freedom of navigation. The threats and challenges on the waters of the Indo-Pacific are as wide and varied as they come. Who could have imagined that in the 21st century, we would once again be grappling with pirates, or that the major threat in the maritime domain would be from asymmetric challenges and maritime terrorism? But that is the reality today, as we have recently witnessed attacks on shipping off Yemen and in different parts of the Arabian Sea. The other challenges include arms trafficking, drug smuggling, human trafficking, and poaching or IOU fishing. Another challenge on the waters of the Indo-Pacific is that due to indiscriminate pollution of the seas, this is having a detrimental impact on the oceans, and consequently, a large percentage of extreme climate conditions are turning into natural disasters. This places the waters of the Indo-Pacific virtually in the eye of the storm, and the navies and the coast guards of the region have to be ready to provide humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. The waters of the Indo-Pacific are global economic highways over which nearly 120,000 ships transit the Indian Ocean every year, carrying 66% of the world's oil, 50% of the world's container traffic, and 33% of the world's cargo traffic. This is a very important aspect because any obstruction to the free flow of the oil in trade could have an adverse impact on the global economy. Safety, security, and stability on the waters of the Indo-Pacific is therefore of paramount importance, and it is recommended that in addition to the navies of the Quad countries and the cooperation that is ongoing, the networking between other navies and maritime partnerships between the countries of the region need to be strengthened on priority in the coming years. In order to meet the threats and challenges, the navies and the coast guards need to have an effective information sharing arrangement to enhance the maritime domain awareness. India has leveraged technology and launched the Naval Communications Satellite Rukmini in 2013. In addition, we have set up an extensive NC3I network by integration of the automatic identification system chain, the coastal radar stations, and over 50 stations of the Navy and the Coast Guard into the Information Management and Analysis Center, which was set up by the Navy in 2014. This was further expanded to the Information Fusion Center for the Indian Ocean region, the IFC-IOR, in 2018. The Indian Navy has also entered into technical agreements with various navies across the Indo-Pacific for exchange of white shipping information to increase the transparency. It is therefore recommended that the navies and the coast guards cooperate and collaborate to enhance the maritime domain awareness. And at the same time, the Navy of the Quad countries could also look at enhancing the dimension to the underwater dimension and look at the feasibility of cooperating in the field of underwater domain awareness as well. In order to promote maritime cooperation across the Indo-Pacific, we would need to look at the connectivity options and the existing structures. When we look at the connectivity options, we find that we actually have a bouquet of options. We have the International North-South Transport Corridor, the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, Project MOSSM, which is an initiative by India for connectivity between people and cultures, the Free and Open Indo-Pacific, and the concept of SAGAR, which stands for Security and Growth for All in the region and is the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. As far as the construct is concerned, the structures, we find them at 3 levels. At the conceptual level, we have the strategy for free, open, inclusive, and resilient Indo-Pacific. At the political level, we have the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or the Quad construct, which is assuming great importance and significance as a cooperation initiative between 4 like-minded progressive democracies. At the execution level of the navies, the cooperation between the navies of the Quad countries is under the framework of the Malabar series of exercises. It is recommended that we formalize the structure for cooperation between the navies of the Quad countries to provide further synergy for maritime cooperation and to shape a favorable and a positive maritime environment across the entire Indo-Pacific region. The global commons, or the areas beyond national jurisdiction in the Indo-Pacific, are the least protected areas, because till recently, there was not a single internationally legally binding arrangement for legislation or for protection and preservation in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. Under the international law, preservation, conservation, protection of biodiversity was left to the goodness of humankind alone. This made the oceans and the waters of the Indo-Pacific extremely vulnerable to the want and greed of humankind and have been plundered and polluted for decades. The concepts under the United Naval Convention on Law of the Seas were of 2 kinds. The first was a concept of a freedom of the seas. This is the finders keepers approach, and this led to illegal overfishing and severe depletion of fish stocks across the oceans, including the waters of the Indo-Pacific. The second concept under the United Nations Convention on Law of the Seas is the common heritage of mankind, which is a shared benefit approach and is normally adopted for deep seabed mining, which is resulting in contamination of the natural marine habitat and damage to the biodiversity. The members of the United Nations have adopted the High Seas Treaty in June 2023 for conservation and preservation of biodiversity in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. This provides an opportunity for India and the countries of the Indo-Pacific to draw up a global maritime accord and a comprehensive action plan to counter the detrimental impacts of global warming and climate change by leveraging the oceans. If we are to prevent any further degradation in the health of the oceans, and particularly the damage to biodiversity in the waters of the Indo-Pacific, then all stakeholders will have to conjoin forces and implement the following measures, and the action will need to be taken now. First, we need to shut the tap of millions of tons of plastic and garbage which is flowing into the waters of the Indo-Pacific every year. Second, we need to launch a drive to clean and sweep the oceans of all the plastic and garbage which has accumulated as large floating islands or gyres in both the Indian and the Pacific Ocean. Just to give some figures, the North Pacific Gyre, the north part of the Pacific Ocean, covers an area of 1.6 million square kilometers of plastic and garbage. And the Indian Ocean Gyre, which floats in the southern part of the ocean between Africa and Australia, covers an area of 5 million square kilometers of plastic and garbage. We would therefore need to pool in resources. We will have to leverage technology and virtually clean and sweep the oceans of all the garbage that is accumulated. We need to restrict the shipping industry from spewing millions of tons of carbon dioxide into the environment as they transit across the waters of the Indo-Pacific. Ships would need to stop dumping ballast water and polluting the oceans. Ships of the future would need to be designed in accordance with the Energy Efficiency Design Index and propelled on environment-friendly fuel. We need to stop illegal overfishing in the waters of the Indo-Pacific, monitor the areas beyond national jurisdiction, and implement measures so that we can carry out sustainable fishing in the waters of the Indo-Pacific and also conserve and preserve the biodiversity. We need to avoid the dangers of deep seabed mining and carry out research and analysis on the detrimental impact of deep seabed mining on the natural marine habitat and biodiversity. And finally, to prevent development of ocean slums in the waters of the Indo-Pacific, particularly in the areas beyond national jurisdiction, we need to carry out marine spatial planning and demarcate the marine protected areas as envisaged in the High Seas Treaty. I'm sure that the implementation of these measures will at least arrest to some extent the degradation of the waters that has taken place and contribute towards conservation and preservation of biodiversity in the waters of the Indo-Pacific. The waters of the Indo-Pacific are a confluence of two oceans, and the maritime interests of the countries of the Indo-Pacific are intrinsically linked to free flow of oil and trade. This also has a significant impact and a contribution on the region's economy. All stakeholders need to conjoin forces and chart the way ahead for a free, open, inclusive, and resilient Indo-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Dhawan. Excellent presentation with a very distinct perspective away from geopolitics. And I like the way you described slums on the oceans and need to ensure sustainable fishing and ensuring diversity. Thank you very much, sir, and we enjoyed listening to you. The next speaker is already with us. I can see on screen Anne-Françoise Zatara. She is from University of La Réunion. Are you with us, Anne? If you are, please let me know so that we can. Yes, I can see you. Please, next 10 or 12 minutes are yours. You can make your presentation.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you, Professor Atri, for this invitation to this third international conference of your International Center for Indo-Pacific Studies, organized by by your center in collaboration with India Ministry of External Affairs. I'm very happy to see our colleagues back online. And today I want to speak on the French Indo-Pacific strategy in higher education and emerging trends according to the idea or concept of free and Indo-Pacific building. Have you my presentation, my PowerPoint?
We don't see your presentation.
I can share it.
You can share your presentation.
Okay.
I think we are doing it here. Yes, we are doing it from here, I think. So just give us 30 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to talk with you first about the French Indo-Pacific strategy in higher education, and after about the emerging trends in higher education in Indo-Pacific region, because we have launched a survey in 2023 with different actors at the national level. So the French Indo-Pacific strategy in higher education has its origins in three founding speeches of the President Macron, the President of the French Republic. And this speech are at the number of three in May 2018 in Sydney, in the Ambassadors Conference in August 2019, and in La Réunion in 2092 for the summit Choose La Réunion. This French Indo-Pacific strategy is very close to the EU strategy for the Indo-Pacific because we have pillars which are very close, like ocean governance, green transition, connectivity, or human safety. And this EU strategy for Indo-Pacific recognizes the centrality of ASEAN. In the French Indo-Pacific strategy, education and research plays a central role. There are many reasons for that. The first reason is that the higher education is the fast-growing strategic sector for France, and the higher education sectors is present in three pillars in the Indo-Pacific strategy in France. The pillar 2, focused on research and innovation. The objective is to mobilize the French operators and the French actors in these regions to build research cooperation on priority fields like ocean and marine resource management, climate change, biodiversity and health. The second pillar where we can find high education is the pillar 3. This pillar 3 is focused on the multilateralism and the rule of law, and the objective is to promote the French, if we have a French model of ocean governance, because this model is centrally based on the rule of law. And the fourth pillar is climate change, biodiversity, and sustainable management of the ocean. And the objective in the French Indo-Pacific strategy is to support regional partnership with French research centers, with different research centers in Indo-Pacific, and especially between research centers with overseas territories in Indian Ocean and countries of Indo-Pacific. For why? Because the first reason is to protect biodiversity, because 9 of 17 countries are mega diverse countries in this area. Second reason, blue economy, because more of 85% of people depend of the ocean, especially in this area. And health, because over 60 years old people are double in 2050, and 2 of 3 of them are in this area. So the ambition of the French strategy in higher education is to create a regional French Excellence Center, to introduce Indo-Pacific label as part of the scholarship scheme and training degree especially, and to develop a program of young talent France Indo-Pacific in the framework of different universities network. So that's why it's the first region that higher education plays a central role in this strategy. Second reason is Indo-Pacific region is a pool of mobile students, because 45% of the world students studying abroad, and 45% of the world students are specifically in this area. So we have many host countries, as you know, but we have 6 Indo-Pacific countries figure among the world's top of the 20 countries. So the first is China, India, Vietnam, South Korea, and Nepal, and the last is Pakistan. Third reason that higher education plays a central role in the French Indo-Pacific strategy. We have an ecosystem of actors, an ecosystem of stakeholders specific in this region, with different players like university, national research organism like CNRS, institute like Pasteur Institute, and we have other actors like state operators like Campus France, France Education International, a French education network abroad to learn especially French, abroad. And the last reason that higher education plays a central role is in Indo-Pacific strategy in France, that we have a national agency, the name is Campus France, which is in charge of the promotion of the higher education sector abroad. And they have especially a role to make some recommendation to the relevant ministries, and especially Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Higher Education and Research. And to reach this objective, Campus France has set up a commission focused on Asia and Indo-Pacific region to make some works, and there are 6 case area, and we have launched a survey on the academic and research cooperation in Indo-Pacific in May and June 2023. And I want to present the results of this survey, because we have some facts, and we can see the emerging trends, especially after analyze these results. Facts first. I think it's the slide. Yes, one more, please. The next slide. Yes, yes. The survey reveals different things. The first thing that the cooperation in Indo-Pacific between academic and research organization is very structured. So there are many cooperation instruments are used, frameworks agreements, application agreements, and co-supervision agreements between high education institution, but we don't have many consortium agreements. It's very interesting, because it's very interesting to know it, because when we have to apply for international or European project, we need some conventional cooperation instrument like consortium agreement. The second fact is the duration. The duration of the cooperation is fairly long, more than 5 years. We have a concentration of actors, the players who are often the same, universities, national research organisms, diplomatic posts, public authorities, but rarely private sectors, foreign funding agencies, and especially NGOs. So the survey indicates a very high rate of equity finding with an uneven distribution. We have mostly from own resources. We have French public or state public financing, and especially EU funds. But we have not many private funds we can find in this survey when we have asked different higher education institutions. The survey indicates the barrier to develop the cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, so mobility, exchange unbalanced, financial, policy, institutional, and regulatory, and especially a problem of mutual recognition of degrees and of compatibility of systems. I think it's very important to work on that. And after the facts, regarding the facts, we have emerging regional initiative. We are dynamics in 3 directions. attract, its attractiveness, after its projection abroad, and the last is develop a high educational informal diplomacy. Attract, we have different systems, and when we analyze the results of the survey, the principal objective is to increase science-intensive human capital and helping. And for that, we have different regional programs. We have a program which called Regional Action University Indian Ocean. The Commission of the Indian Ocean actually draws up and want to implement a regional program of cooperation, but especially in technological and vocational training in the Indian Ocean. And YORA works too on a portal for mobility, exchange, mentoring, and scholarship projects. The first dynamic is a project. The projection, project abroad an educational model or high education system through the creation of different degrees, delocalized degrees, offshore campuses, or even franchises. So there are many schemes for that. We can have exploratory schemes to support academic or research cooperation. For example, partners Uber-Curien. It's an initiative of French Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry in France of Higher Education. We have 20 partners Uber-Curien in the Indo-Pacific, spread across 19 countries. We have more structuring schemes to encourage sustainable cooperation. We have a French initiative too. It's Franco-Indian campus in the Indo-Pacific in the field of life sciences for health. And we have another program which called PEA. It's a partnership with African institution, but austral countries of Africa. And the last dynamic is developing higher education informal diplomacy to support national diplomatic bodies for the interests of the national higher education and research systems. And we have two examples, Indian Ocean Rim Academic Group. We have many colleagues of this group here to encourage close interaction between trade and industry, academic institution, researcher, people of the member states. We have the ambition to launch a new network of universities at the end of the November in Mauritius. And we have other Indian Ocean universities and higher education institution network in this area. And especially we have a network who call Network of Universities of the Indian Ocean, which be set it up in 2018. Regarding this fact and these emerging trends, the suggestion and the point to watch out is to take part to the high-level dialogue, and I think it's very important because we have a lot of comics, we have a lot of regional organization to have a very good dialogue between scientifics and politics. Maybe create an Europe and Indo-Pacific mobility program, the European Commission works especially on it, and work to obtain national call for tenders to encourage the creation of Indo-Pacific consortia to finance development or research projects, but to finance training projects too based especially on multilingualism. And to work maybe, because I think there are many programs on a simplified framework for thesis co-supervision to encourage the development of this thesis with countries of this area. And the last suggestion, and I think France and Europe work especially on it, it's to have international hub, especially in Indo-Pacific, which with the support of the overseas territories like Mayotte or like Réunion or like French Polynesia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Zatara. The next speaker is here with us. Dr. Imadul Islam is a Senior Fellow with the Ocean Policy Research Center with Sasikawa Foundation in Tokyo. He's going to speak to us 10 to 12 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very much strict in Japanese way about time. Honorable Chair of the sessions and distinguished participants, I know it's very long time, but it's just whole days you are only heard about the Indo-Pacific security and many other dimensions. But my one is actually a little bit different, but it's inbuilt in the Indo-Pacific dimensions. So if you just remember our last very distinguished speaker, he mentioned in his suggestions that ocean, one of the biggest problem that we are creating through our behavior, everyday's behavior, that is the plastic pollutions. So plastic is one of the greatest invention in our centuries, and it's become the global problem because when we are talking about the species underwater, because if you're talking about the legacy of the plastic, it's already 8 billion plastic is underwater, and one argument when we are talking about the Indo-Pacific, here is one very big bay, it's called the Bay of Bengal. So much of the previous researchers already mentioned that the Ganga, the Brahmaputra, which actually also flow in downstream in the Bangladesh. So many of our behavior already contributing through the Gangas, which actually flow into our Bay of Bengal. If it is persistently continuing next 10 to 15 years, the Bay of Bengal water could be a plastic soup. If there is soup, plastic soup, there no need to talk about here like that as a blue economy and many other things, the possibility we have. So it's already died. So in my presentation, actually, I would like to focus on some of the mostly academic things, which are actually called why this plastic pollution is a problem. You know that despite the growing awareness and various initiatives aimed at reducing the plastic pollution, the adoption of sustainable behaviors remains inconsistent. So I'm actually trying to a key argument on the behavior. So everybody here is, it's called the Generation Z or something. So if we go through to talk with your father and other grandfather, we are actually habituated to go to the market to pick something from own bucket. So, but this behavior totally changing. When you are going to, at least in the supermarket or any other coffee shops, we are now trying to give me the single-use plastic. So single-use plastics, because there is 1,000 varieties of plastic, microplastic, nanoplastic, and many things. So the one of the key is single-use plastics, that which actually creating the huge problem for our single initiative, which is actually great impact, not in the negative sense, a bad impact for the species underwater. Okay, can you go next slide? Actually, the research that I mentioned that out of 10 polluted river in the world, 3 in the Asia, actually 1 is our Ganga, that means the Brahmaputra. So next. So in the global parameter, actually, when we are see the many problem, then we are talking about someone like that in this conference and come out with the several solutions. So in this regard, in the last couple of decades, also actually in the global think tank or United Nations and other bodies, also they are trying to form a different policy. So if I go to the analysis of this policy, so we can divide it in the two parts, the policies before 2000 and policies after 2000. So policies after 2000, so those who are actually very much aware about this plastic pollution problem, so you know that United Nations Environmental Agency, which was run by the United Nations Environmental Program, it's called the 5.14 resolutions, where the 175 countries agreed that we should solve this problem. We should come out with the global treaty, where the International Negotiation Committee is ongoing now. So the 5th consultation meeting will be held on the Boshan, and after that in the next year, the member state of the United Nations will try to adopt a very universal treaty. So under this treaty, actually they try to address the three major items where the negotiation is ongoing. It's called the full life cycle of the plastic. So virgin plastic of the recycled plastic and the legacy of plastic. The legacy of plastic that actually I call that which 8 billion plastics already available in under the, what would I say, in the oceans. So who will take care of this responsibility? This is the questions. So next. So my study is totally different because it's totally academic study. So those who are here in the, I think it's the university. So in the academic study, we tried to develop the argument first, then the hypothesis, then going to test in the field, and then come out with the solution. I also did in the similar way when I did my postdoc in Northeastern University in the Boston, and I tried to give the message not only by myself, also the sharing these findings in the different event, including in the United Nations Environmental Program. So objective of the study, it was like that, to examine a program inducement of behavioral change through introducing environmental aware learning tools, basic knowledge, environmental education on plastic and general waste disposal under the goal of to investigate the behavioral status of single-use plastic uses in the designated city. So I would like to share just only these findings here. As a hypothesis, I tried to skip. So one of the theoretical framework that I drawn from, many of you also already know the theory of planned behavior. So this is just not only using in the plastic pollution study, it's also used in widely in the behavioral study. So here is like dependent variable is the behavioral intentions. So we know that behavioral intentions always actually influenced by the perceived descriptive norms, which is moderated by the perceived descriptive norms, outcome expectation, perceived benefits, group identity, and behavioral identity. Can you go next? So this is the literature review that I actually did, you know, the Web of Science database. So it just shows the importance of the problem, actually how much important actually received by the academician in this particular subject. So next. So the research methodology actually is called the mixed method research, so where the philosophical worldview is pragmatic, and it's a concurrent strategy that I follow since my country is the Bangladesh and one of the adjacent city called the Chattogram, which is actually adjacent to the Bay of Bengal. So we tried to do the very extensive, what did I say, survey among the 403 city dwellers, and as well as also the, what would I say, structural expert judgment of different expert in this particular area. So later, let's okay, so findings, next. So the key findings actually, the findings also found that when you do the regression analysis, that perceived descriptive norms, the argument, is directly influencing the behavioral intention. But what is the novelty of this research? Novelty of this research is that special self-efficacy and the two variable, the anticipated cost, which is actually directly contributed in the particular region for Bangladesh. Because other country like Australia and others, these two indicators is not important. So I'd like to give the one example. For Bangladeshi people or developing country people, when we are going to actually, that's called the supermarket, even we know that organic items is very good for health, but we are always thinking about what is the cost actually. So even the hybrid item, we actually try to buy this. Even the organic item is good. So if the argument is, if the United Nations Environmental Program come out with a good treaty, so there are multiple thousand treaties exist in the world, even in the Universal Declaration, Human Rights Declaration, many things, but it's not working. But in the implementation, when we are talking about the alternatives, we should thinking about like that the anticipated cost. The alternative one, it should be much lesser cost than the product available in Bangladesh, product available in the market. So next. So, so far come out, I actually, through this research, I come out with the solution framework, and which actually now piloting in designated city by two very good NGOs called I.C.I.P.S. So if you are actually, Google it and you will find out. So I tried to give them some solution that environmental education is the key, and environmental education, it should be actually, we should provide for not like a adult us, it should be in the elementary stage, which actually proved in the different country. There's a very big, how do I say, story behind this. I don't like to bore you guys all. So if next time I get the chance, I will try to actually explain it. Since this is now second review in the Nature, so if it is published, so you can read it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. We have one last speaker listed, Mohammad Sharula from Ethiopia. I believe he's online with us. Professor Sharula, if you are able to hear me and if you're online with us, please let me know. And if I don't hear from you, I'll assume the session is over. Professor Atri, people have been waiting patiently. You want to give them a chance to say something or ask, or you should be close here? Because next.
It's up to you, sir. If you, because keeping in view the time constraint, you can invite the question from floor.
Maybe one or two if there is an urgent question from someone, otherwise we will close it. Is there anyone who would like to stand and ask something? Otherwise, as Professor Atri says, it's very late and we better start next session. Professor Sharula, Mohammad Sharula, he has not responded to my requests. So thank you very much. I think let's close the session. Please join me in applauding all the speakers of this session. And of course, thank you to Professor Atri for asking me to chair this session and to speak in afternoon, and to the entire team that has worked behind this very exhaustive 2 days conference on a very important subject. Thank you. This was my first visit. I enjoyed being here in your university and look forward to returning again. Thank you.
We all ready for the next session? After the round of samosa and tea, we should be sufficiently alert now. So let's start the next session. Well, we are now going to discuss about how IORA and Indo-Pacific have a connect. What is the linkage? So the subject is IORA's outlook on Indo-Pacific. Well, as all of you are aware, IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, as it came about, it precedes the concept of Indo-Pacific, 1997. But effectively, it was only during when India held the chair, India's presidency, that is between 2011 to 2013, there were 6 priority areas which were identified for IORA. And there were 2, later on, there were 2 cross-cutting areas like blue economy and women's empowerment, which were also added thereafter. When Indo-Pacific, actually the idea was conceptualized and was evolving around the same time. So although IORA preceded Indo-Pacific, so there's a convergence in the way they evolved around the same time during the last decade. In fact, IORA itself, the basic tenets of IORA and the concept were there in Indo-Pacific, but the canvas was a little larger. So we can say that IORA is a subset of the larger Indo-Pacific region. In fact, we have our speakers who will be joining us online, and we have speakers here also. I'm not too sure if is Ambassador Jean-Claude Brunet online? Bonjour, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Vous êtes là? Mr. Ambassador, are you there? Ambassador Brunet? No, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and greetings to all. Can you hear me?
Yes. Bonjour, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Very nice to see you here.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Of course, we would have loved to have you in our midst, but nice to see you. So first, I would like to pass on the floor to you. So Ambassador Anil Suklal, who was supposed to chair and give his keynote address for this session, unfortunately could not join us. So we will now start with you. So Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Ambassador, I am on the floor since 4:30.
Okay. The last session actually continued a little longer. Apologies.
That I will leave at 5:30, but I've been signed on since 4:30. But I'm fine. I will listen for 10 minutes and leave at 5:30.
Oh, is Ambassador Anil Suklal there?
I've been, yes, Ambassador. I've been, yes, signed on 4:30 as per the schedule.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Ambassador Brunet, we'll have to just start with Ambassador Anil Suklal. I thought he was not coming.
No, I did send a message that I will join at 4:30, which I did as scheduled.
Okay.
I've been watching the stage. I've followed.
Sorry, little communication gap, Ambassador Suklal. So can we start with you?
I had the challenge that I had to leave at 5:30 for another engagement. And
please.
I will unfortunately not stay for the full session. Thank you for having me. And I'm sorry, Jean-Claude, that I've had a small
No,
coup.
no problem, Anil. No problem. I also waited, but I can. I have I have the time to follow. And of
No, no.
course, yeah, our one of our founding fathers, as I mentioned to you, of course, you will start first.
No, not at all. You know, with conferences of this nature, there's such a rich plethora of information to be shared. So it's inevitable that one will go beyond the scheduled time. And I think that's precisely because there's so much to share with such a rich experience from all of the speakers. And I did say to Prof. Atri at some stage that perhaps as we get more and more established, we perhaps need to look at expanding the scope of time allocated for discussions. But let me very quickly get to the topic at hand, the IORA Indo-Pacific Outlook. I've been very fortunate to be part of that journey since its inception. It was during our chairship of IORA 2017-2019 that we put forward the proposal that IORA should look at developing its own Indo-Pacific vision. We didn't know what to call it at that stage, but given all that was happening within the Indo-Pacific space, we felt that a body that is so central to the Indo-Pacific should also provide leadership and apply its mind to what was happening. Unfortunately, we didn't have buy-in from within the IORA community. Many questioned why should we get involved in having our own strategy. What is the need for it? So we spent almost a year debating the need for such a strategy. But eventually, I think everyone realized that this is something that should be done. And it started as an experimental exercise, some reluctant, some quite keen to take the process forward. Now, of course, by that stage, by 2017, 2018, when we were starting this process, at least 7 or 8 countries had put on the table an Indo-Pacific strategy. And interestingly, many of them were not part of the Indo-Pacific, Germany being a case that one could cite, that put out a very ambitious Indo-Pacific strategy at an early period. And many of the other countries that put out strategies, I think, also helped us to understand what was unfolding within the Indo-Pacific space and the impact it would have, especially on an entity like the IORA that's focused on the Indian Ocean. Now, of course, as an African, what also was a challenge for South Africa, and I believe the African continent, was that even Africa had not applied to looking at the impact of the evolving Indo-Pacific and what impact it would have on the continent and its implications for the continent. And I still think we are very much in the infancy in focusing on the part of the African continent. And I have constantly maintained that we need to become part of the mainstream in terms of what's evolving within the Indo-Pacific space in all its multidimensional sphere. However, we want to characterize and define this Indo-Pacific space, technology, geography, whatever the case may be. But the fact of the matter is that developments within this region at multiple levels is evolving at such a pace that if you don't keep a pace, you're going to be left behind. And as I said last year at an ORF conference where Mr. Jaishankar was also present, when they launched the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, the I.C.I.P.S, year before last, with about 13 countries, not one of them were from Africa. So again, when the global community comes together and look at the Indo-Pacific geography, it seems that Africa is again marginalized. And yet, if you look at the entire east coast of Africa, some 17, 18 countries, including island states, are part of the Indo-Pacific geography. And you cannot discuss security within the Indo-Pacific without taking into account the presence of Africa. You can never have an inclusive security, if there is such a term as an inclusive security. And we see this now, what is happening within the Red Sea zone and the challenges that we have and have had within the Horn of Africa region, that it impacts on the entire region as a whole. So I think we had very robust discussions, and we were very clear from the beginning that the Indo-Pacific strategy should build on what we already had as our focus within the Indian Ocean Rim Association. We had already zoomed into the 6 priority areas and the 2 cross-cutting areas. Now, using that as a base, we had robust discussions which lasted almost over 2 years under the leadership of India. India played a very sterling role in guiding that process, and eventually we did settle on a name, call it the IORA Indo-Pacific Outlook, and also I think we ended up with a very good document. I think IORA was only the 3rd regional organization, after ASEAN being the 1st, European Union the 2nd, and IORA the 3rd. Very much focused on the key areas and what it is that IORA needs to do amongst ourselves and with our important global partners, the dialogue partners, all of whom, many of whom have very detailed Indo-Pacific strategies, including many of the member states. Now, I did publish an article on this whole process, having adopted the Indo-Pacific strategy. I think it was published last year, where I looked at having a strategy. What do we do? Strategy is, I mean, the outlook is only the first phase of a process, and a process was quite intense, and I believe produced a good document as the Indo-Pacific Outlook for IORA. But what do we do with this document in taking it forward? We had proposed that we need to develop an action plan in terms of ensuring that this is a living document, because the Indo-Pacific space is a dynamic space. It's not static. It's changing all of the times, and the challenges constantly evolves as well. So in that article, I postulated some of the areas that IORA could look at in terms of partnering, both with member states as well as with dialogue partners. I analyzed the strategies of some of the key IORA member states, Australia, India, Indonesia, amongst others, as well as some of the dialogue partners, South Korea, Japan, USA, as amongst the others that we could interact with. Also, France now as a full member has also a very good strategy where there are a number of complementarities. In all of these, I identified the complementarities between IORA and our partner countries, member states, as well as dialogue partners. Now, I'm not sure how advanced IORA is in terms of actualizing the outlook so that it becomes a living document, because I believe there is so much benefit in terms of this relationship in all of these areas with our member states and dialogue partners. There's so much of convergence, and the organization can play a leading role as the apex body in the Indian Ocean. But it needs a collective approach. It needs a collective approach, and the Indo-Pacific domain is becoming more complex, more difficult, more multi-layered, and more challenging each day from whatever dimension you look at it, be it the security, the environmental challenges, the challenges around ICT, and the traditional, non-traditional challenges around security, as well as some of the major contestations that are taking place within the Indian Ocean region, vis-a-vis trade wars, vis-a-vis major power conflicts, and so forth. And I believe IORA has to play a leading role here in identifying what it can do. It has limitations, we understand that, but we have very powerful member states. We have very powerful dialogue partners. There's very few platforms where you see the major powers that are on different sides of the current global geopolitical, geoeconomic divide sitting together in the same platform. You have P5 members, you have G20 members, you have BRICS members, you have members from some of the new configuration, the I.P.S, I2U2, whatever. You name all of these major new configurations and some established configurations. All of them are part of the IORA family. How do we maximize this presence to address some of the critical challenges within the Indo-Pacific sphere? And I think this is where IORA needs to find a niche. IORA can be a good platform where we bring in the various players on the ocean space in facilitating discussions, if nothing else, on some of these very vexing and critical issues that need our attention, such as climate change, such as the degradation of our ocean space, the pollution issues that we are dealing with, the sustainability of the oceans, and so forth. So I think these are some of the things perhaps we need to apply ourselves more diligently and in a more focused way in finding a niche. And I believe IORA has a niche role to play, together with our global partners, together with our other regional organizations. I did do a comparative study of areas of focus within the ASEAN outlook as well as the IORA outlook, the EU vision of the Indo-Pacific, and where there's synergies between IORA. And I think this is what we need to unpack in a practical way and see what is it we can do beyond theorizing on the areas and identify areas, some practical application in key areas. Let me leave it there, Chair. I know you have experts on the panel that are going to unpack this more deeply and come up with some valuable suggestions. But I believe this is such an important focus area. And we have India, Sri Lanka as the current chair, India as the coming chair. I believe some of the larger players within the Indian Ocean space must show leadership. You need a few countries to pull forward this process. And I think India has a critical role to play. So have some of our other member states, like France, like Australia, Indonesia, and of course, as South Africa, we very much want to be part of this process going forward, including our dialogue partners like the USA, Russia, Japan, South Korea, and others. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry that I will have to leave shortly, but I believe this is such a dynamic topic. And once again, congratulations on this third edition of this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Suklal, for setting this discussion in motion. It is important that you identified that how there could be convergence between IORA and Indo-Pacific, and the fact that the role that some of the IORA member countries, India, France, South Africa, Australia, and others, including the dialogue partners, could play. And beyond theorizing, we need to have some practical activities. These are important considerations that we have to keep in mind. And yes, you are right, there are a plethora of challenges confronting the countries of the Indo-Pacific and IORA and in the region. So it is not only its security, but trade, environmental issues. So you are right that both IORA and Indo-Pacific are providing the kind of platform from where these concerted efforts can be done by the countries. Thank you very much. We really appreciate, and again, apologies for the delay in getting you online. Thank you. Friends, our next speaker is Ambassador Jean-Claude Brunet, who will be again joining us online. Ambassador Brunet, sorry if there's a little bit of confusion. So we are now on the right track. So the floor is all yours now.
Thank you, Chair. And there is, I can assure you, no confusion at all. I'm very grateful for Ambassador and Professor and my good friend Anil Suklal for setting the stage and recalling the important preparations and the context that brought to the adoption of the Indo-Pacific outlook of IORA. I had not the part of this preparation process, but I'm very pleased and honored since I took office last year to be part of the implementation. So it makes much sense, of course, indeed, and a great honor to intervene just after Anil. And I would like very much, I mean, Excellencies, dear Chair, dear professors and students, and dear colleagues, distinguished participants, to send you my greetings from France. And indeed, I would have very loved to be again this time amongst you in Kurukshetra for this third Indo-Pacific conference. So sorry for not being able to be with you in person, but very pleased to share my thoughts online on this important subject. And I would like to draw, I mean, some priorities from the French perspective for these 3 years, indeed, of us joining as full members IORA. As we see, the Ambassador Suklal has mentioned the complementarities. I would very much like to step in that discussion on what we see from the French perspective as the main convergences and the partnerships and the common priorities in the Indian Ocean for this Indo-Pacific outlook. And since our last exchanges last year in Kurukshetra, we can see that prospects are quite interesting to see IORA making much progress in deepening effective cooperation and especially in promoting the objectives of the Indo-Pacific outlook. So I would like to highlight some of these complementarities between our approaches that this document, this compass, this founding document that we have adopted can set for the future. And indeed, also in both the geostrategic perspectives from the French and our perspective, in regional dimension, in the full Indian Ocean regional dimension, but also specifically from our territories in the western part of the region, in La Réunion Island in particular. And also, so therefore, from these two angles, the prospect of deepening cooperation with our key partners in the region. As Ambassador Suklal has mentioned, some member states of IORA have drafted national Indo-Pacific strategies. And we have worked with especially the complementarities between the Indian strategy, Australian strategy, France strategies, South African approaches on this perspective, and dialogue with many others. The IORA outlook now on the Indo-Pacific, this document is a common foundation, a common compass for IORA member states, and even for those who don't have national policies on the Indo-Pacific. So that's why this document is, we think, very important for the organization. It is important to see, but as Anil has just said, we fully share his view that we need now the whole IORA membership to take its ownership of the strategy and the vision beyond that document, and to include indeed all the shores or the parts of the different continents that build this common Indian Ocean community. And indeed, we had in Mauritius last year at the high-level strategic dialogue a very important discussion with our East African partners and under the initiative of South Africa. And it was very, very useful to have a first discussion between African partners and the other, the south, the southwest and the north and Southeast Asian partners and South Asian partners together. And it's indeed, as we are with La Réunion Island in this western part and specifically southwest with the IOC, Indian Ocean Commission partners, we are, our closest neighbors are our African neighbors, and neighbors really geographically, but also, of course, close partners with our cultural links and historical. But indeed, since we have these links also very strong also with the northern part of the region and with India very much, and also with other parts of the Indian Ocean. We can build certainly in this southwest part and western part of the Indian Ocean a role in continuing this productive dialogue. And France would like very much to take its part to follow up on this initiative by South Africa during the high-level strategic dialogue. And so, and together again with our IOC friends and neighbors. The principles that this outlook of IORA contains is affirm the attachment of the organization to defending sovereignty and territorial integrity of its member states and to peaceful coexistence in the common interest of its members. These principles were really at the heart of the French strategy on Indo-Pacific, and especially in one of the speeches of our President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, on July 27, 2023, when he recalled that the sovereignty of peoples and independence of states are the center of the French strategy for the Indo-Pacific. The promotion of the principle of good governance and respect of international law are also a key element of our IORA and French approaches. In our common IORA outlook, maritime security and increased cooperation between member states are underlined. This is also very much specifically a French and European vision of the strategy for the Indo-Pacific. And our priorities relate to this in terms of cooperation, and especially also with our strategic partner, India, and together with Australia, with South Africa, and very much our IOC state partners in the western part of the ocean, since we would like to work on the implementation of the Safe Seas Africa EU finance program and of the regional maritime security architecture. But this we'd like also to do in the IORA context together with the partners on the other shores of the Indian Ocean. So I would like to underline also specifically for the French perspective, the importance indeed of working together also with the European Union as such, the European Union being also now an IORA dialogue partner. And France will work closely together with the EU and other EU member states that have Indo-Pacific strategies and that are dialogue partners. Germany was mentioned before, to foster our common, but Italy is also a dialogue partner, to foster our common objectives to implement the IORA outlook on the Indo-Pacific. And those are some of the key issues that come to mind when we talk about the IORA outlook on the Indo-Pacific. But Anil has mentioned also the quite broad approach and with the different levels of different types of areas where security is seen in a very broad term, and the interest of the Indian Ocean states that are to be seen from an Indo-Pacific perspective are seen also in a much broader context than the stricto sensu security and defense aspects. And that's why it's also, and I will highlight a few of these points, but I'd like also to underline that France is really happy to work with India and all the stakeholders and all IORA member states on the roadmap or the action plan now for the implementation of this outlook. Chairs and coordinators in charge of several working groups or the continuation by the other working groups. We have now also seen in the last month several new inputs and activities in the work plans. And IORA can make some interesting headway in the coming months, building on that dynamics. And so it's a very timely discussion that we have in the third conference on Indo-Pacific of Kurukshetra University. So very briefly, in a nutshell, a few issues. Also, I'd like to highlight a few thematics. I mentioned already, first of all, of course, the security. And of course, I would like to say that France shares the same objective as all member states of the maritime security dimension, ensuring respect for freedom of navigation, also air traffic. These are both issues of national sovereignty, territorial integrity, and man of disputes. So what is being said in the objective 6A of the outlook is very key. France is stepping up in this regard. It's in the region. Its support, as I mentioned, in regional maritime security architecture, and especially with additional expertise at the IOC Secretariat to help implement and operationalize the support to regional centers, one in Madagascar and in Seychelles, the Information Fusion Center and the RCOC in Madagascar and the RCOC in Seychelles. We'd like to develop also the training programs and capacities together with all partners, and developing our own offer to host some of these trainings, and reaching out also to other partners in the whole Indian Ocean dimension and IORA context, and especially to give our full support to India, in charge of the Maritime Safety and Security Working Group of IORA. This very important area for IOC-IORA cooperation can also serve as an example to develop the same kind of integrated approach while support using experience from different sub-regional dimensions. And this could be done in the HADR, in the disaster risk management area. And it's another investing in, and specifically with the first working group in IORA that we will chair, that we are chairing with Madagascar as coordinator, so the DRM working group. And we'd like to help implementing the work plan and the guidelines that have been adopted during India's chairmanship of the DRM working group. And so with the support of the French Agency for Development, AFD, and expertise from also La Réunion stakeholders and nationals, we'd like to develop best practices exchanges and possible collective approaches in HADR, which are very important, also security aspects, but and not just security, but of course with dimensions much broader in terms of resilience and coastal communities' interests. Second big pillar is the economic area. We'd like to attach great importance to connectivity and freedom of movement for technology services, research and innovation, develop the academic cooperation also as integral part of this goal. This is the objective 6B of the IORA Outlook document. And specifically on the French and La Réunion side, I'd like to highlight that we are ready to participate to the IORA Business Forum, although specifically also with our French tech community in La Réunion, which is the emerging French overseas territories, but also not just with startups and tech, but we'd like also to have discussion on broader business connections, of course. We are putting some energy and resources in developing the community in the IORA context, you know, in the tourism, with a virtual resource center on tourism that will be coordinated by a team from La Réunion partners, and we develop our dialogue with India and others also on this, is how we can assess regional needs and regional cooperation potential in economic dimensions like digital and maritime or airline connectivity, but also renewable energy, solar energy, with a partnership between IORA and the International Solar Alliance, marine energies or other types of renewable energies. Green shipping also is a potential area of regional cooperation. Third pillar after the economy is the promotion. I will go quickly through it, but I think also the preceding presentation mentioned it already, but the promotion of effective multilateral consensus and the exclusion of coercion. So how we work in IORA together with other organizations and also globally with our responsibility as a regional organization to promote effective multilateralism. And here we can really see how the network that IORA has been able to build with connections with and partnership with other organizations, general mandate or specific specialized agencies of the UN system or regional agencies is very impressive. And this shows how IORA with the Indo-Pacific Outlook takes very seriously this objective 6E of the Outlook. And so promoting dialogue also in the spirit of effective multilateralism and to build trust and respect and enable bilateral dialogue, of course, but and promoting it, but also on the definition of collective interests and goals, and so ensuring chances of securing peace, prosperity, and stability for all in the region. And so there, I would like to highlight especially these partnerships that the IORA has been able to build with IOC. We have seen that we have examples where this can be practiced, but also with ASEAN, also with the Pacific Island Forum. And here I would like also to echo again that it is important also that IORA and African states build also strong relationship. And that's why the coastal African members of IORA are also particular key partners to help in this regard. Among the other organizations, I would like, to
Sorry, Ambassador, we are running a little short of time. If you could wind up.
On Pillar 4, it's the last, I come to my last point. Pillar 4 is the shared commitment in favor of common goods. And so here we share very much the priority of sound and sustainable management of maritime resources and the protection of biodiversity in the region and facing the challenges of climate change. That's the soup. I would like to mention that we have invested on the French and La Réunion side and with the AFD support and expertise brought the initiative together with Indonesia to co-chair different events that prepared the drafting of guidelines of the IORA to fight against IUU fishing. It's also a security and national sovereignty dimension, but it's also
sorry to interrupt, Ambassador, sorry to interrupt.
Goods.
Can you wind up, please?
That's the first time that a regional approach, so IORA is the first region to present such a document to be able once it will be adopted at the next ministerial meeting. And so we very much thank all experts for active participation, and we are looking forward to working together with our partners, especially also India and others, for the key aspect cooperation in implementing this guideline. And the recent naval workshop organized by India in Goa is very much going in that direction. We'd like also on the French side to work with partners in fighting marine debris, preparing for the UN conference on the oceans, and also, of course, on climate change. And we can see, that's my conclusion, sorry for take more time, but it's my conclusion just to mention we can see on the international arena a trend towards including common goods in a wider security nexus. And this is a good analysis that we share and would like to promote with the IORA outlook on the Indo-Pacific. That's very much in that spirit. And there are some articles in different journals recently, one in the foreign, in the American, there was this presentation on the green peace and how to fight against climate change can overcome geopolitical discord. I found that quite interesting, and we can see how in the IORA outlook on the Indo-Pacific, we are already trying to promote this very concretely, because we can add also on this climate change, but also the resilience and adaptation of our coastal communities, or HADR, and maritime resources. So in conclusion, I think we have with the Indo-Pacific outlook a very good compass for IORA. And I would stress the importance of a holistic approach of security and of our different states and regional visions. And France, you can be assured, will like to continue to play its full role with India, with Australia, South Africa, several others, and very specifically also with our IOC partners and neighbors, with the African neighbors and partners, and together with many other stakeholders, Chair Sri Lanka, of course, Bangladesh, Indonesia, the UAE and Oman, and to foster these complementarities. And it's the aim and destiny in particular of our islands in the west and southwest part of the Indian Ocean to be playing a connecting role between all the neighbors and friends of the greater Indian Ocean. So it's important to use the takeaway of our talks at the conference in Kurukshetra, also for the future IORA University network that will be launched soon, and with the first time participation from a university from France, and so with the La Réunion University, and also India, South Africa, Mauritius, Australia, and this network should help deepen Indo-Pacific focus in the region. So, congrats for the third Kurukshetra conference on Indo-Pacific, and I wish you all and us all excellent conference and fruitful exchanges, and looking forward to seeing you soon again in the Indian Ocean and in India soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. That was quite exhaustive and comprehensive. Thank you for sharing with us your views from the French geostrategic perspective, and also identifying the main areas of convergence between IORA and the Indo-Pacific. And we quite appreciate your views on developing a holistic approach and the cooperation mechanism. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. And next year, we would like to see you here in person. Thank you very much. We are actually running short of time, but quickly we go to the next speaker, Ambassador J.K. Tripathi, my colleague in the Ministry of External Affairs. So with his experience behind him, he will now talk very quickly about India's security concerns and Indo-Pacific. Ambassador Tripathi.
my colleague Sanjay Panda, esteemed members of the dais, and if I'm not wrong, exactly 16 or 17 members of the audience. It is really difficult for the almost last person to keep speaking and keep audience in attention. But I will try, and as my friend Ambassador Panda said, I will not be very long. See that in the Indo-Pacific region, stretching from eastern coast of African continent to the western coast of Australia, has now become a hotbed of superpower rivalry. With the heating of the race to grab strategic locations in this construct, or create new islands for establishing and strengthening maritime prowess, this vast stretch of power, which was so far comparatively not fully exploited, is now witnessing increasing attempts by the global powers to control directly or indirectly the vital SLOCs. With this objective, every superpower is trying either to expand its presence in the area by entering into new military alliances, establishing new bases, or by cajoling and coercing countries in the region to toe their line. Now, what is the situation now? In the South China Sea, we start from east. In the South China Sea, China's browbeating and expansionist tactics have antagonized most of the countries in the region: Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Vietnam, Taiwan, and even Australia. The so-called 9-dash line, acquisition of Paracel and Sparta Islands, the Taiwan standoff, and the dispute with Philippines over the maritime boundary, even after the verdict of International Tribunal going in Philippines' favor, have rendered the region highly unstable. In today's interdependent world, allowing China to have its way in the region in blatant violation of international law will mean compromising with the security and peace in the world, and which will also have ripple effects world over, not only in the region. While Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and most of the nations in Asia are directly affected by this bullying practice of China, the countries from the nature will also have to bear the from the theater will also have to bear the brunt of the crisis. That's why India too bets for a free, inclusive, open, and rule-based order in the Indo-Pacific region. In the Indian Ocean, China has already established its base in Djibouti, acquired Gwadar port from Pakistan under the ill-conceived CPEC, has already taken over Hambantota port from Sri Lanka, and is trying to consolidate its presence in the Colombo port Colombo container port of Sri Lanka. It has already acquired Coco Islands from Myanmar for use of PLA Navy, and it had been eyeing to get Mangla port and Sonadia in Bangladesh, which it could not. Russia, having established in Sudan and in Vietnam, it was trying to negotiate naval concessions in Eritrea, Mozambique, and Somalia, but so far could not do this because of the Ukraine crisis. The USA is already present in Japan, South Korea, Australia, Diego Garcia, and Djibouti, though very recently, as you see on 3rd October, UK, which is in joint control of Diego Garcia, has announced that it is going to give back the Chagos Island, Chagos Archipelago to Mauritius, except Diego Garcia, which is again going to be with the two countries, UK and USA, for the next 50 years. USA also wanted, it is believed that USA wanted to acquire San Martin Island from Bangladesh, failure of which probably resulted in change in regime in Bangladesh. So in this scenario, what is India's position? India's position is unique due to her geography, having a peninsula jetting into the Indian Ocean with a coastline of more than 7,500 kilometers. This country becomes the largest in the Indian Ocean construct. and therefore it becomes India's responsibility to be the first responder and the net security provider in the region, which India is carrying out. Now, the trade through the vast maritime domain of the Indo-Pacific construct passes through 4 important choking points, that is the Straits of Sunda and Lombok, Malacca Strait, Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandab, and the Mozambique Channel. And since last 3 of them are situated in Indian Ocean as such, per se, it becomes quite important for India to be an active player. Now, much has been told by earlier speakers about the volume of trade passing through this area, passing through this region. Besides that, a huge network of underwater cables are there, and for all these reasons, it becomes, though protection of these routes becomes a responsibility of all the nations, but the superpowers have unfortunately taken it up upon them to be present there even to the exclusion of each other. That is the irony. As such, India, having a vast EEZ, has a bigger stake in the Indian Ocean. The huge living and non-living assets in the waters and on the seabed have attracted many nations trying to monopolize the ocean wealth in the region. As regards the Western Pacific Ocean, including the South China Sea, India's direct interest lies in protecting the proposed Vladivostok-Chennai transport corridor to ensure uninterrupted supply of Russian crude from the Sakhalin-2 oil field to India. Now, what is India presently doing? That is the last, don't worry, that is the last. What is India presently doing? To effectively counter these maneuvers, India has set up a base each in its Nicobar Island and Lakshadweep. India is also developing 2 berths in Chabahar port of Iran and railroad transport facility up to Afghanistan and beyond. We are also developing facilities in Agalega Island of Mauritius. The development of this island is in the national security interest of Mauritius and India both. It also augurs well with India's maritime objectives. Besides this, in Sultanate of Oman, we have got permission to use the port of Duqm for docking or for fueling, etc. That will also help us. Moreover, the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard have effectively increased their petroleum and anti-piracy operations in the Arabian Sea, which has substantially decreased the menace of Yemeni pirates, as you must have seen in the presentation of earlier speakers. Under the Sagar Doctrine, the Malabar and Milan joint naval exercises in the Indian Ocean, they have resulted in a better coordination between the navies of the Quad members, thus increasing their interoperability. Though India's role in the Quad is not very much, because India doesn't figure in Quad security parameters, but it has given India a platform for better understanding of security perceptions in the region and has also earned the recognition of India's capability in health, HADR, and connectivity purposes. Now, my last thing is what more India should do. Though at present the Indian foreign policy is treading the correct path of multipolarity and Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is, the earth is one family, she needs to pay more attention to the sensitivities of her small neighbors to ward off their apprehensions that India sometimes believes like a big brother. Even though it means giving them little bit here and there, it is a viable proposition. This will reassure these countries of the bona fides of India and make them realize her utility to them, as is already happening, you must have seen in case of Maldives, which has now realized that India is there whenever they need. Secondly, having recognized the centrality of ASEAN in the region, India should accelerate her efforts to develop better political and especially trade relations with the bloc, because our trade with ASEAN is still not up to the mark. India's stand in the recently held 21st ASEAN-India Summit in Vientiane is a good move in this direction, where the Prime Minister Modi unveiled 10-point plan to enhance the comprehensive partnership between ASEAN and India. And the leaders also agreed to form a joint working group towards this goal. Being rightly worried about the Chinese design to hijack the regional organizations like RIC, G20, BRICS Plus, and ASEAN Plus, India should vehemently try to convince the members of these organizations of her bona fides so that China's true intentions could be exposed. In conclusion, India has been able to address her security concerns in the Indo-Pacific region, but if the past incidents in Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Maldives, and the recent regime change in Bangladesh is indicative of anything, indicative of the fast-changing security dynamics in the region, we must not let our guards down and must be able to preempt any attempt by any superpower to disturb peace, tranquility, and order in the region. Thank you very much for giving me time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ambassador Tripathi, for identifying the security challenges confronting India. And you also flagged the importance of keeping the choke points open to ensure smooth flow of maritime trade. And yes, you are right that a proactive India should take cognizance of the security challenges and see how they can ward it off. And yes, you are also right that we should be conscious of the sensitivities of the smaller neighbors and also keep and be aware of this fast-changing security dynamics in our neighborhood. Thank you very much for putting this in perspective. May I now request Dr. D. Dhanuraj, Chairman of the Center for Public Policy Research in Kochi, and who is also the President of the Association for Public Policy Education. So, Dr. Dhanuraj, the floor is yours. Again, request you to be brief in view of the time constraints. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion. I was asked to present on sustainable development goals in the Indian Ocean region and IORA, in fact. I should be very specific in saying that because we often, the young generation more used to Indian Ocean debate more than IORA debate, but I think this current contest is about IORA and how SDG goals are looked at. So we all know that we have 23 member states, and this IORA covers around 2.6 billion people, and it covers around 7 to 10 trillion US dollar economy. And what are those sustainable development goals that we could envision and also being challenged by various geopolitical challenges, geopolitical changes in this region? So I give, I don't take much of your time, so I'll present few points for your further debates and discussions. The first one is in this region is maritime. When you look at SDG, first one is maritime trade and blue economy. The Indian Ocean is one of the busiest maritime highways. I think most of the speakers already mentioned here, and accounting for a significant portion of global oil, gas, and trade shipments. Sustainable economic development in the IOR requires enhancing maritime connectivity, port infrastructure, and trade partnership while protecting marine resources. The blue economy concept focuses on the sustainable use of ocean resources to grow economies, improve livelihoods, and create jobs while preserving the ocean ecosystem. Key sectors here includes fisheries, tourism, renewable energy, and aquaculture. Developing a blue economy in the IOR would require investments in sustainable fisheries, responsible tourism, and marine biotechnology, alongside strict regulations to prevent overfishing and pollution. The second point, environment protection and climate change. The IOR is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, including rising sea levels, changing monsoon patterns, and increased frequency of natural disasters like cyclones, floods, and droughts. Coastal ecosystems such as coral reefs and mangroves, which provide vital ecosystem services, are under threat due to climate change, overfishing, and pollution. Rising sea levels and coastal erosion. Many countries in the IOR, especially island nations like the Maldives and coastal regions in India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, are highly vulnerable to rising sea levels. This threatens livelihood, infrastructure, and the existence of entire communities. Climate change in the region is increasingly impacted by climate change, leading to more frequent and severe natural disasters, like I said already mentioned, cyclones, floods, and droughts. These events disrupt economies, displace populations, and strain resources. The other important factor in environmental protection is the marine pollution. The Indian Ocean suffers from significant pollution, including plastic waste, oil spills, and untreated industrial and sewage discharge. This harms marine ecosystems, biodiversity, and the health of coastal communities. One of the major discussion points while we discuss sustainable development goals in this region is overfishing and loss of biodiversity. Overfishing driven by unsustainable practices and illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing is depleting fish stocks and threatening the livelihoods of millions who depend on fisheries. In fact, this particular region accounts for 13% of global marine protection. Marine diversity is also under threat due to habitat destruction and unsustainable resource use. To ensure sustainable growth, countries in the region need to adapt adaptive measures such as climate resilient infrastructure, better disaster management systems, and environmental conservation efforts. The third point I place in front of you is regional cooperation security. Any key challenge to sustainable development in the IOR is ensuring ensuring maritime security. Issues like piracy, illegal fishing, human trafficking, and territorial disputes pose risk to stability. Regional cooperation through organizations such as, we are presenting this topic on the platform of Indian Ocean Rim Association, is crucial to ensure that economic development is accompanied by peace, security, and environmental sustainability. Enhancing diplomatic ties, joint naval exercises, and information sharing are vital for maintaining a secure maritime environment. The fourth important point is renewable energy and resource management. IOR has the potential to become a hub of renewable energy production, particularly through offshore wind, tidal, and solar energy. The vast oceanic space can be leveraged for harnessing renewable energy in a sustainable manner. I also discuss the importance of effective management of natural resources, such as we already discussed fisheries. Same time, the importance of minerals on the seabed, which requires international agreements to prevent overexploitation and ensure fair distribution of resources. Sixth point is tourism and coastal development. Tourism, particularly ecotourism, holds tremendous potential for sustainable economic growth in IOR, especially in island nations like Maldives, Seychelles, Mauritius, Eastern Africa. However, poorly managed tourism can lead to environmental degradation. Promoting responsible tourism practices that respect the local environment and culture is essential to ensuring that tourism growth is sustainable. The seventh one is geopolitical challenges and regional stability. IOR is a hotspot for geopolitical competition, with major powers like China, India, United States, regional players. They are trying for their influence in the region, vying for their influence in the region. Managing this competition to promote sustainable growth is crucial for the region's long-term development. We know that India has, the previous speaker already mentioned, some of the initiatives taken by India, including the Sagar initiative and all, is one example of such a strategy aimed at ensuring a sustainable and stable IOR, promoting cooperative maritime security and economic engagement. The eighth point is sustainable infrastructure and connectivity. Developing sustainable infrastructure in critical coastal cities and ports, such as green ports and climate-resilient transport systems, is important for the region's long-term economic development. A Improved connectivity between land and sea, particularly through sustainable means of transportation, will facilitate trade while minimizing environmental impact. The ninth point, capacity building and human development. Investment in education, training, and technology transfer is vital for ensuring countries in the IOR can develop sustainably. Capacity building in areas like marine science, environmental management, and sustainable resource use will allow local communities to manage the resources better and adapt to changing economic and environmental conditions. The 10th and last point, health and human security challenges. Public health threats, we all know that. And the emerging global debate, public health is a very important component. The region faces health challenges such as inadequate access to clean water and sanitation, poor healthcare infrastructure, and the spread of diseases such as malaria, cholera, and the new age diseases. Climate change may exacerbate these issues by creating conditions for new disease vectors and disrupting food and water supplies. The other important point in the health and human security challenge is a food security one. Many IOR countries rely heavily on fisheries for food, yet overfishing and environmental degradation are they're affecting, depleting the crucial source of nutrition. Ensuring food security in the face of environmental economic pressures is a significant challenge. So I may conclude by saying that the cooperative and diplomatic engagements in this region is vital for to realize sustainable development goals, and we need more and more debates and discussions on each and every point that I discussed and I presented to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanraj, for very succinctly identifying the issues confronting us on the SDG, as we are still quite far away from our SDG goals, which has been set for 2030, and we have still not got 20% of what we aspired. But in the IORA contest, what you have identified like fisheries, environmental protection, climate change, and also spoke about the displaced population and plastic waste. Yes, that's right. Overfishing, destruction of marine diversity. And yes, you're right that regional cooperation and security is an important aspect, and also renewable energy and resource management, and also effective management of our natural resources. Tourism and coastal development and responsible tourism, as you mentioned, is extremely important, and also sustainable infrastructure and connectivity, as also capacity building and health and human security challenges, particularly food security. So thank you very much. That's very well presented. So it's good food for thought for our future. Now, may I request Professor Vijay Sakhuja. Dr. Sakhuja is professor and head of Center of Excellence for Geopolitics and International Studies at Reva University in Bangalore. And I would request Professor Sakhuja to speak on emerging trends in Indo-Pacific strategy and also NATO in Indo-Pacific. That's something which we have not spoken about during the day. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe I'll use the podium. I have a PowerPoint, so maybe you can put it up. Well, at the outset, let me thank the organizers for inviting me here. And I must also compliment the audience. You're a bold audience. There's a kind of a tsunami of Indo-Pacific, and probably you've been really flooded with that, and you are bold enough. Your ship is still afloat, sailing, and as a mariner, I can say, you got sea legs, as we would say in the Navy, that, if you sail through turbulent waters, you have survived the conference.
There are many following us online, Professor, so don't be disheartened.
All right. So here we are. And I thought my session would, my remarks would appear in the previous session, but so be it. And we have here, and as Chair said, in terms of, something different, NATO has to be brought in. And it's a very, very important issue, because we were talking about Indo-Pacific, but there's the Euro-Atlantic, as if we have weathered the Euro-Atlantic. It is very much there. It is hot.
It is bubbling. As a matter of fact, I noticed signs of Cold War 2.0 germinating. As a matter of fact, the whole idea about is spawning in the Euro-Atlantic region. The next slide, please. Well, I'll shift this essentially to say that there is a competition on. I think we've had, this session probably talks about cooperation. To my mind, as a scholar of international relations and particularly in terms of geopolitics, I think we've had a cooperation overload. Too much abundance of cooperation. But then we tend to forget last 2 decades and a half, we talked about only cooperation, but there is always this burning competition which is there, which we've been probably putting it under the carpet. And I think time has now come for us to suggest that, well, we have to dust the carpet. The next slide, please. Indo-Pacific, you've heard it, enough has been talked about. I just want to look for you to look at the bottom but one, NATO and I.P.4. That is what I'm going to focus on. Essentially, NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, well, we thought probably it is in the background. No, far from it. It is very much alive, active. As a matter of fact, it has been very, very actively engaging the Indo-Pacific countries in a very systematic way, which probably should worry us, those of us who are talking about the Indo-Pacific in terms of peace, stability, and a whole lot of issues that are there. And I'm going to bring in Indo-Pacific 4, the Asia-Pacific 4. To my mind, what's actually happening is there is, I call it eclectic blend of realism as also constructivism. So there is a hardcore competition on, military competition, strategic competition. There is also, we're talking about cooperation, as I said, but I take it with a pinch of salt, and I would suggest there is overload of cooperation. Next slide, please. Here I've tried to list out the kind of progress that the NATO has made in terms of the Indo-Pacific, engaging in small little incidents and events and engagements, and we find that it is graduate today. We have IP4, Indo-Pacific 4, or Asia-Pacific. They have formally joined the NATO in July this year. That should bring lots of bells in various quarters for scholars of international relations, for scholars of geopolitics, and those who engage in defense and strategic and security studies. Next one, please. So where does the Indo-Pacific fit into, let's say, in the context of the NATO strategy? It's not that we want to get into NATO, right? Or in Japan, or these countries want to get into NATO. NATO itself has a kind of a construct where it thinks there is a role for it. So it talks about Indo-Pacific is important for NATO. Given the developments in the region, it could affect Euro-Atlantic security. They may be thousands or 10,000 miles away, yet they're impacted by this security. So we have to make note of all these. And the existing partners in the Indo-Pacific are there to, essentially to how we can share the responsibility. That's what NATO is thinking about. So they invited Japan, 2023. Japan and Korea come in. Then they invite New Zealand and Australia. So 4 of them make the partnership of sorts. Next, please. So what is the incentive for these countries to join? Well, the first one is, of course, there's a Chinese threat, which looms large in their minds, and they would very much like to find a kind of a security umbrella or some kind of a support. Then the other one is about Chinese are very aggressive in the South China Sea. We get to hear them very often, all these incidents. And what probably is worrying us now is that the Chinese have started to use very, very military, very disturbing trend is that they started to use military-grade lasers against ships. So that changes the entire dynamics. It is lethal, yet non-lethal in those many terms, right? So this is a new development which should worry us. How the Chinese, we talk about missiles, we talk about guns, we talk about submarines, but the lasers, military-grade lasers have added a new dimension. They're flashing it on ships. They're flashing it on the aircraft, which blinds the pilots, particularly over there, and could be an incident by itself. The next one, please. The second reason I find is, of course, North Korea. I think Kim Jong-un, the family itself is erratic. They keep threatening, and this is another prompt for them to really join, get into a NATO coverage or NATO umbrella. This is something which probably has given them also an incentive, because we find that Russia has been supported actively by North Korea in terms of supply of missiles, guns, weaponry. A variety of things have gone over there. The third one, next please. This is another one, the China-Russia cooperation, which is now burgeoning literally, and they've been sending out their strategic bombers over Alaska waters. Now this should worry the Americans, Canadians, and of course the NATO, because they are part of that. So these are some of the three developments that I find which encourage the four countries, that is Japan, Korea, New Zealand and Australia, to come forward and take on, rather, as a matter of fact, some kind of a role or responsibility as mandated by the NATO in the coming future. The next one, please. So the Chinese are pretty upset about it. They say, what is this going on? Containment, encirclement, suppression. These are the keywords which are appearing in the speeches. You can see the leader howling top of his voice, Xi Jinping telling them, look, what is this going on? And then, of course, by pulling NATO into Asia-Pacific region to engage in geopolitical competition against China, the US is likely to adopt a strategy of gathering allies to confront opponents or forcing them to take sides. So this is going to be a kind of reaction which is now coming out from China. The next one, please. The NATO also talked about NATO Plus, and in that, besides these four countries I mentioned, they included India, and probably no takers from India as yet. Next slide, please. So NATO Plus, a coalition that they're talking about, aiming at enhancing global defense cooperation, particularly to streamline and expedite the process for India to acquire the latest military technology. So there's a carrot and a bait which talks about, we will give you advanced technology, military technology, and if you think about joining with the NATO. There was an offer made, but it has been declined. NATO template does not apply to India. We don't have any kind of strategic architecture in mind. We have a different history and a different way of approaching. This is what our country, New Delhi, for that matter, Foreign Minister, has said so at Carnegie just a couple of weeks ago. The next one, please. Now, so you have, they're talking about the Asian NATO, the Quad, that's what the Chinese say. And here we have the Japanese Prime Minister say, well, can I have an Asian NATO that is built around these four countries and India could join? I think the Foreign Minister is sending very, very patiently, explaining to the Japanese Prime Minister and saying a different history and a different way of approaching NATO. That is New Delhi's and India's approach. The next one, please. So what does it all mean? NATO and IP4 are building a mutually reinforced deterrence. Enhanced naval air deployments and joint exercises are the feature of the time. We follow them on a daily basis. There is some activity going on. Under individually tailored partnership, that is where the framework is, where the IP4 or the AP4 countries are going to get support from the NATO. Russia, China, North Korea, I think they are visibly upset, and that worries us. But then the spill-off from there impact will be felt in New Delhi. I think that's where probably we may have to, at some stage, choose what we are going to do. I'm not suggesting we're going to be this side or that side of the fence, but there will be tensions or problems for us to choose which way we go. I'll stop at that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Professor Sakhoja, I must confess that the lucky few who stayed back and listened to you, it's really an eye-opener. And for the first time, I have heard NATO angle while discussing Indo-Pacific and the region. Thank you very much for illuminating us. And it is really important that what you spoke about NATO plus Indo-Pacific 4, and Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand. I mean, it will be a very interesting configuration if that was to happen. And of course, the China factor that you mentioned and how the Chinese reaction, I'm not surprised by the Chinese reaction because that had to be there. But when Dr. Jaishankar says NATO template doesn't apply to us, well, that has always been India's approach, and that's why we talk about continuity of foreign policy, so I'm not surprised by that either. But I can understand that why Russia, China, and North Korea will be concerned by NATO expanding into our region. Thank you very much, very illuminating, and I would like to actually learn more about this. We are really way ahead of our time, but I'll just check. Our next speaker, Mr. Jamal Anand, is not there. The last speaker of our session, Commodore Uday Rao. Commodore Rao, welcome, and you've been there patiently, although we have been quite delayed, and thank you very much for bearing with us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We are eager to listen to you.
But I
The
have
floor
to,
is-
if you can make me the presenter, then I will share my PPT.
Okay, okay. We are ready. So can you have the PowerPoint? Yeah, they're just working on it.
Can you see my slides?
Not yet. Have you sharing the?
I'm sharing at the moment.
No, you'll have to share the screen. Yeah, there you go.
You can see it?
Yes, Commodore.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Now,
but you'll
good
have to
evening,
make it a
ladies and
little
gentlemen.
quick, Commodore. People are a little sleepy after a whole day.
Say again?
No, I said you'll have to make it a little quick. I mean, because sorry, we are really
understand.
out of time.
I am going to speak on China's surge into the Indian Ocean region, but focusing on the Bay of Bengal.
Sure.
I'm on my next slide. We've been for a long time fixated on Pakistan, so much so that we have neglected our other maritime neighbors, be it Sri Lanka, Maldives, etc. With the result that China has crept in under the economic cooperation or for sale of defense equipment. I'm sure I'm on my third slide now. I hope you're seeing it. We are now talking of string of pearls, so-called string of pearls strategy. Whether it's Gwadar, Hamban Tota, or Kyafu, I'm sure you're aware of it. But actually, China's surge westward started with the onset of piracy off Somalia in 2008 with 3-ship anti-piracy task force. Today, the 45th task force is in station. Conventional nuclear submarine deployments commenced in 2014. And today we have Chinese research ships in the Indian Ocean region carrying out hydrographic and oceanographic survey, mapping the oceans for possible submarine deployment and resources. They also use unmanned underwater vehicles. One of these ships can carry almost 12 underwater vehicles. And their fishing fleets fish in hundreds, not just of REZ, but many other countries as well. And they have a dual role of intelligence gathering. Now, the Chinese Coast Guard is famous now, for colliding with ships, for using water cannons, using laser, especially against vessels of Philippines and Vietnam. The Chinese Coast Guard is now in the Arctic, working with the Russian Coast Guard. And I'm sure over a period of time it will come into the Indian Ocean. So the maritime militia, the gray zone activities will all come to India. And there has been talk about a Chinese fourth fleet centered around a carrier battle group bound for the Indian Ocean, maybe in a couple of years. Now, this vessel that you see is a satellite missile tracking ship, monitors the launch of our missiles, be it Agni, Prithvi, which are fired from the Wheeler Island off the Orissa coast, and also launch of satellites from Sriharikota. Very often, this ship visits Colombo and Hamban Tota as well. Now, you're aware of the OBOR, which then mutated into the Belt and Road Initiative. It started in 2013. It is actually a strategic initiative under economic garb. What is China's interest in the Indian Ocean region? She imports 80% of crude from West Asia and West Africa. This passes the Indian Ocean region, and it means a long transit of 5,500 nautical miles to the Chinese east coast and has to exit through the Malacca Straits. The Lombok and Sunda Straits have their limitations. India is well positioned to interdict China's vessels during this transit. We can actually go for the jugular. This is our artery, and therein lies China's Malacca dilemma. Now, having got some sort of control over the South China Sea, China has now two overseas bases, one in Djibouti, where she can even berth an aircraft carrier, and the other is the Reen Naval Base in Cambodia. So it's amazing, at each end of the Indian Ocean, she has an overseas base. Now, China, therefore, a land neighbor, has now become an Indian Ocean country and a maritime neighbor, and together with Pakistan, can become a little powerful. So how is India shaping the maritime domain? You know, you've heard of Look East policy to Act East policy, the Neighborhood First policy, Sagar, security and growth for all in the region, the Sagarmala project, the Indo-Pacific Policy Initiative, and the Quad. Now, the Indo-Pacific and the Quad, the maritime domain is the backbone. And all the comments, free, open, prosperous, inclusive, respect for international law, freedom of navigation, overflight, rule-based order, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, all indicate that China is the primary challenge in the Indo-Pacific. The Quad, which was held recently, as there have been statements like Quad is here to stay, it's a force for good. Then there is a maritime initiative for training in the Indo-Pacific, Maitri, articulated by India, use of commercial satellite and existing information sharing arrangements for maritime domain awareness, Quad at Sea Ships Observer Mission for the Coast Guard, Quad ports of the future, considering connectivity and supply chain. And therefore, the Quad is totally turning military in nature, which is good for us. Actually, India's Act East policy and China's westward push meets in the Bay of Bengal and the Andaman Sea. Now, China is sitting pretty in careful, at the mouth of the China-Myanmar Economic Corridor, which can push petroleum into the hinterland of China, saving cost, time, and money, and help her overcome the maritime dilemma, Malacca dilemma. We have the Kaladan multimodal project. We are in Sitwe. Unfortunately, this seems to go on and never, the completion doesn't seem to be in sight for various reasons. Coco Island, somebody mentioned, I think the secretary. So Coco Islands is just 55 kilometers north of India's landfall island. Okay, and here is a picture of the Chinese-built infrastructure. The hangar, the runway has been extended. There's a radar station, a listening post, jetty. So from Coco, China can monitor all the activities of the Andaman Nicobar Command. Coming to Bangladesh, China has given 2 Ming-class submarines. And the first submarine base has been built at Pakua near Cox's Bazar. So very soon you'll find Chinese submarines visiting this place. Already 2 Chinese vessels are there in Bangladesh as of today. Then of course, we are not very far behind. We have the Coastal Shipping and Inland Water Transit Agreement with Bangladesh. We don't know how it will work out with the new dispensation, but we are able to access our northeast through Mongla and Chittagong, and thus overcome the constraints of Siliguri corridor. But actually, it is the Andaman Nicobar Islands, which is a bulwark against China. It is a springboard into the South China Sea for us. The first Tri-Service Command is based here, the Andaman Nicobar Command, and it will soon get absorbed into the Maritime Theatre Command. Hopefully, India will have a third fleet after the West and Eastern fleets in the Andaman Nicobar Command. We certainly require an amphibious division, special forces, maybe a brigade, and a submarine operating base. As you can see, the Andaman Nicobar Islands spread about 700 kilometers north to south. 4 airstrips, 4 airports there. These are all unsinkable aircraft carriers. And recently we have conducted BrahMos firing from the island. So should China come in, we are ready to welcome them with BrahMos. And then of course, there was a submarine deployment in Campbell Bay, which is a good message to China. And somebody did mention the Great Nicobar Island. A major port will come up here at Galathea Bay. Great Nicobar Island is halfway between Hambantota and Singapore. There will be a container transshipment terminal, an international airport, power plant, ship repair yard. I don't know much about bunkering. Hopefully, they will be in the years to come. So the Great Nicobar Island, Galathea Bay could undercut Colombo and Hambantota sometime in the future. Now, the important thing is, in the Great Nicobar Island, we have Anas Bas, which is a naval airport. And now we have some understanding with Indonesia. I believe we are working on some sort of a strategic venture with them, and we have access to Sabang. So we will be sitting on both sides of 6-degree channel in the Great Nicobar Island, which is our territory, and Sabang jointly with Indonesia. So it is not just about Malacca Strait. There is Sunda, there is Lombok, there is Ombai-Vetar. So, but with the Sea Guardian Predator drones, with the P-8 India Boeing, with the Romeo helicopters, we will have 24/7 surveillance. What is interesting is all Quad countries operate similar platforms. Maritime cooperation, we have capacity and capability building with many of our friends and neighbors, including Vietnam and Philippines. As you're aware, we have just given BrahMos to the Philippines. Now, as we speak, I think the Malabar has just been concluded, the Bay of Bengal of Visakhapatnam. This is the flagship exercise, and there are several more as I have listed. We have strategic agreements with United States, Japan, and Australia, all Quad countries, especially about logistics exchange agreement, logistics supply agreement, and of course, sharing of geospatial information. Vietnam is the pillar of our Active policy. We have given Akash missiles, and I think when the push comes to shove, maybe we'll get access to Cam runway. I don't know. Similarly, Philippines, maybe we'll have access to Subic Bay. Singapore is important because it is, again, we have an agreement with her. And the IFC, the Information Fusion Center at Gurgaon, also talks to the Information Fusion Center at Singapore. Coming to the three carriers, China has 3. She just commissioned Fujian. Eventually, she may have 6 to 10. Now, not all are required for South China Sea because she has reclaimed several islands in the Paracel and Spratly group with airfields, fighter aircraft, anti-ship missiles, air defenses. So China may well have a 4th fleet in mind for the Indian Ocean Fleet centered around the carrier battle group. What about us, India? We have just one indigenous carrier, Vikrant, when we are not very sure about the second one, about the budget for that. Nevertheless, the government has approved the SSN nuclear-propelled submarines, which will come in the future, but we already have, ballistic missile firing submarines nuclear-propelled. That is something good. Arihant and Arigat, which is the nuclear triad deterrent that we have. Well, important thing is I think we should deploy Dhruv, INS Dhruv to South China Sea. This is our first satellite and nuclear missile tracking ship. If the ship does, go to South China Sea, it will send an appropriate message. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, China can raise the temperature in our north and east, but I think the solution lies in India, in the Indian Ocean. As she raised the temperature in the north, we can, of course, tighten the screw in the south, in the Indian Ocean by, taking care of our, imports of crude strategic commodity. And therefore, India will, in conclusion, India will need to continue capacity and capability building of our neighbors. Geography is certainly with us, and we are seen as a benign power. We cannot compete with China in funding, but we need to constantly highlight the problems created by China in various countries. China is never there when required. When the tsunami took place, China did not come in to help any country. The Red Sea imbroglio now, which is playing out in the Red Sea, China is nowhere there. We need to highlight China's flawed stand on the UNCLOS 82, which has actually undermined good order at sea, and especially with Philippines, Vietnam, etc. I think our intelligence agencies require a total revamp, especially in Chinese language and area expertise. Hybrid warfare, we need to go adopt better measures, whether it's cyber warfare or drone warfare, as learned from the Armenia-Azerbaijan war or the Ukraine-Russia war. And we need to encourage Indian companies to bid for maritime projects. Our projects are invariably very slow. So whether it's India Ports Global, whether it's L&T or even Adani now, we need to encourage them better to carry out maritime projects abroad, maritime construction. And in conclusion, we need to help ASEAN nations capacity building. Our Navy will need to operate more in the South China Sea, and therefore will require refuel, repair, ration, rest, and recreation. And we need a separate cadre of security professionals. And this is, I am not saying this, this is something which is mentioned in the Cargill Review report. Finally, of course, if you want to take on China, we will need better budgets. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I have finished. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Commodore Rao. Very interesting presentation indeed. You're mentioning about putting in perspective China's string of pearls and the Belt Road Initiative and the Chinese surge westwards, as you put it, including, you know, with hydrographic service and what have you. But this is this aggressive Chinese posturing that you tried to put in perspective in the Indian Ocean, or rather in the Indo-Pacific context. It is something to actually think about. Well, you mince no words when you say that China is the primary challenge in Indo-Pacific. Well, Indo-Pacific, when it evolved, when we did not spell it out in so many words, but it was definitely the most important factor. And this is something you also spoke about, how important it is to develop our Andaman and Nicobar Command, and which could be the major answer. Yes, that is something which we could think about, and you know, answer to Chinese incursion in the region. But our strategic agreements with some of the countries should hold us in good state. And very interesting when you mentioned about INS Dhruv should foray into the South China Sea. I do not know that whether the Vietnamese, I think we need to have an understanding with Vietnam if that has to happen. But I feel that it would be good to be seen as a benign power than a country which invokes fear. I mean, that's a very, very interesting. Thank you, Commodore, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, friends, with this, we come to the conclusion of today's this session and the first day's schedule. Thank you, everybody who stayed back, although it's almost approaching 7 o'clock in the evening. But I can tell you it was a very interesting session, and we had so much to actually think about and work on. So before we wind up, would Professor Ratri like to tell something about tomorrow morning's program, whoever is there?
Yeah, tomorrow actually there is some change, and I would like to invite all the online speakers to be there at 9:20 because the Ms. Paramita Tripathi, Joint Secretary, Indo-Pacific, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, has very kindly agreed to give her special remarks. And the Honorable Vice Chancellor and all the guests here, and the students and the teacher, faculty will be here. So that is the message. Please join us at 9:20 a.m. and the next session will start at 10:20, that is on blue economy. Thank you very much. That's the all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Everybody who have come here and sitting whole of the day listening. Okay, thank you very much. And tomorrow we have to reach at 9 o'clock. Okay, so I'll thank in detail at the end of the seminar. Okay, conference. Thank you.